I will tell you at the end of this video how, when, and why the Swiss financed Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump and made them rich and powerful. Epstein I will call Mr. Padstein, as in pedophile Stein, and Trump I will call Donny Stupo, as Stupo is the anagram for POTUS, the acronym for President of the United States, Stupo. But before I will reveal all about the Swiss Epstein connection to you at the end, I have some other things to tell you. Well, let's see first what AI has to say about it. So here it is, the AI here in French, because I bought my machine in France. It says Aperçu Intelligence Artificielle. So I'll read it for you. Newly released documents as of early 2026, so it's all new, reveal deep, extensive ties between Jeffrey Epstein and Switzerland. So I pronounce this name the German way, because there's a family, aristocratic family in Austria, von Epstein. Stein, it means stone, and Ep, it's also a cornerstone, I think it was. Extensive ties between Jeffrey Epstein and Switzerland, centering on financial services, elite networking, and the alleged facilitation of sexual exploitation. Key findings indicate Epstein held accounts at Swiss banks, including HSBC Geneva. I actually filmed it for you, like 16 years ago. It's somewhere on my channel. And consulted for finance figures like Ariane de Rothschild. And I also filmed that, I think, or maybe I only took pictures at those days. Yeah, it was before YouTube. I used to sleep next to the Rothschild. Also this Rothschild, I pronounce it the original German way. Schild, here it means a shield. And Roth, it means red, the red shield. And they are of the nobility. That's why it says de Rothschild. So they are not ordinary jaywalkers, but jaywalker nobility, which is the same difference like in between King Charles and a Cockney English from London, you know. So, and I used to sleep in the park next to the castle. That was just separated by a very low fence. I could just have jumped it, of course. I didn't, because it's supposedly full of cameras. And so Ariane de Rothschild and orchestrated payments for young women to travel or study there. Financial and business ties, banking connections. Epstein maintained accounts at major Swiss banks, including HSBC, a private bank in Geneva. Bank consultations. According to a Miami Herald report, Epstein was paid 25 million by Edmond de Rothschild for consulting on business and estate planning matters. Elite contacts. New emails published in SWI, swissinfo.ch. CH, it means Confederatia Helvetia. It stands for Switzerland. And other reports highlight his connection to figures in Zug, which is a town with a very low tax percentage. Zug's Crypto Valley and frequent friendly correspondence with Ariane de Rothschild. Property interest. Alpstein showed interest in purchasing luxury properties in central Switzerland, including the Villa Rose. In Megan reports Blue News. Links to exploitation and operation. Young women facilitation. Documents show Alpstein funded training courses and travel for women, including a ballet dancer from Geneva. That's how the way to do it, to attract, to groom young women, to offer them something they would like, to progress their careers, like art and dancing and beauty contests. These guys are very sly, Assistance and contacts. Reports suggest he used Switzerland to meet with young women, with emails referring to potential assistance in Zurich. So it's all over, Switzerland. It's all over. Diplomatic facade. Investigations in Geneva Solutions suggest that a diplomatic facade was used to manage his activities involving contacts with a Swiss diplomat via the International Peace Institute, notes Geneva Solutions. So, of course, financial crime and any crime, of course, crime against children and pedophilia, Nazi crime, Switzerland. Switzerland is always in it. I've been showing you this for 26 years. And even AI agrees with me. Isn't that funny, Legal status. As of early 2026, the Swiss Justice Ministry, well, you don't have to take them serious. Well, that's exactly. Had not received formal request for mutual legal assistance from the US regarding these specific findings. Yeah, so they didn't have any requests, so they didn't do anything by themselves. That's what it basically says, well, typically Swiss. While his contacts with bankers like Ariane de Rothschild were extensive, reports by Reuters suggest the released documents do not immediately show direct evidence of criminal wrongdoing. I don't understand this. So it says you can even go any further with all this. Oh, it doesn't cover it. So my machine only showed it in French here, so I put it in the machine and had it translated here. So it basically says here, you can read it here in English, it says Switzerland all over. He went all the time to Switzerland. Here, I'll read this here. The UBS, the bank managed up to 19 million for Alpstein's business partner, Ghislaine Maxwell. So this name is being pronounced Ghislaine. It's an old medieval French name, Frank name. Opening accounts in 2014, even though other banks had excluded her as a high-risk client. The UBS also provided Alpstein with a credit card. UBS is the biggest bank in the world, and it's a Swiss bank. And in 2014, before closing her account due to reputational risk, the ASBC private bank in Geneva reports indicate that Alpstein held 3 accounts in Geneva. Julius Baer, another Swiss bank. Alpstein allegedly attempted to orchestrate mergers or partnerships between Julius Baer and Edmond de Rothschild. So now I pronounce it in French, because this is the French wing of Rothschild. In the French say Rothschild. Here, banking and financial connection. Alpstein maintained close relationship with several institutions and figures in the Swiss financial sector. Edmond de Rothschild bank, Ariane de Rothschild, director of the Geneva-based bank, communicated with Alpstein dozens of times between 2013 and 2019. The documents show that Alpstein acted as a strategic advisor to her, assisting with bank restructurings and managing a dispute with the US Department of Justice. And here, the links between Jeffrey Epstein and Switzerland revealed primarily by the massive release of US court documents in late 2025 and early 2026. So this is all new. It's just coming out now, and it's so much, people just can't wrestle through it. The Epstein files. They should call it the Zurich files, and show that the country served as a hub for his financial operations and recruitment networks. Now, I repeat that for you. The Epstein files show that the country of Switzerland served as a hub for his financial operations and recruitment networks. So both the financial side, the banking side, and the recruitment of young women, Switzerland served as a hub for both of it. And it only came out in 2026. So the first time I think he got arrested, what was it, in 1998, I think? No, 2008. He spent 1 year in prison, did only a few months, I think. So from 2008 to 2026, what is it, 18 years. They needed 18 years, all these justice, I don't know how to call them, to find this sentence out, that Switzerland is in it, up to their necks. They needed 18 years for that. Well, I could have told you in 18 minutes. I've been telling you for 16 years. It's Switzerland all over. And everybody is now getting so tired of it. It's going so long. It's being stretched so long. Nobody can dig in it anymore. Nobody can digest it anymore. And everybody forgets about Switzerland. As usual, because the elite, it's the base of pharaonic elite. And the entire elite has got their money there. They got their villas there. They do their dirty stuff there. That's why, And they got America like by the balls, literally. To understand the Mr. Epstein sex scandal, including Donny Stupo's questionable behavior, we must understand and admit that basically all men are perverts. As the late American actor Robin Williams has put it so well in his explanation of the male pervert inhibited by nature in all men, as he said, "See, the problem is that God gives man a brain and a penis, and only enough blood to run one at a time." The disastrous consequence of this malfunction of the human concept is that by default all men have to fight against their inner pervert when a sexy 14-year-old with big boobs and a sexy bum thinks she's already as grown up as her mom and unconsciously starts doing the tricks on man that she has seen her mother do to attract the immediate full scale of a male's attention, whose scarce quantity of blood sucks out the brain with all blood rushing below, where nature conceives it to be. And then you realize that God gave you a penis and a brain, and only enough blood to run one at a time, and which potentially transforms the charming Dr. Jekyll into the predator Mr. Hyde. Fortunately, most men, after a few minutes of gasping for air, come back to their senses with blood returning to the brain, and because of two reasons hold back nature's perverted side. Reason number one, moral issues and being the absolute minority of, let's say, 0.01%. Reason number two, punishment by law and loss of dignity, which is also punishment. So by default, all men are perverts, and only punishment holds them back from letting loose the horny monkey inside. So if punishment by law and community is the only true holding back factor, those who will execute the unthinkable for some reason whatsoever have no fear of punishment. Why have they no fear of punishment? Well, because they stand above the law. So here it says here, Saint Stupo, and Stupo is the anagram for potus, here you see him. Patron saint of economic collapse, absolutely standing above the law. Which community stands above the law and has always been standing above the law? Well, that's the nobility of Pharaoh, where the rape of white European feudal slaves even was the law, by the name of Jus Primae Noctis in Latin, meaning the law of the first night, the law of the rape of the first night. So on the first night of the marriage of a young European girl, the lord of the castle took her. So here you see what these pharaohs in their castles in Europe, what they did with the white race. Imprisoned them, tortured the man, let them work their entire lives in a feudal system for 1,000 years. So what the Nubians have experienced under slavery, or the Indians or the jaywalkers, is nothing what they did with the white tribes of Europe. These pharaohs completely demolished them into their inner souls. And now they're just obedient slaves, doing the dirty work for Pharaoh even, and getting the blame for what Pharaoh is doing in the world. So here you can see three tough warriors. The notorious military service dodger, Stupo, here, US Navy SEAL, Alpstein, and here the prince with all these silver dollars on his chest. And what do they all have in common? Well, all three are of Pharaoh's nobility. So the name Alpstein derives from the Austrian jaywalker nobility of von Alpstein. Like, for instance, the top Nazi Hermann Göring grew up in the Waldenstein Castle in Germany of the jaywalker nobility member Hermann von Alpstein, who abused Göring's mother in the castle, possibly leading to Göring's hatred for all the jaywalkers. Also was there a Gustav Ritter von Alpstein, a rich Austrian banker, who built the Alpstein Palace in Vienna. Therefore, Jeffrey Alpstein had an Austrian passport, which is, without any doubt, related to the vertical rule Habsburg dynasty and the compromised foreign minister of Austria, Karin Kneißl, who had Lily Putin come over in Austria to come and dance with her in Austria, and the same country Alpstein had a passport from. And there are many more noble Alpsteins in Germany and Austria, like the Lords of Alpstein and even several Alpstein castles. So Jeffrey Alpstein is, and I say is and not was, of Pharaoh's nobility, just as Prince Andrew is of Pharaoh's nobility, just as Donny Stupo is of Pharaoh's nobility, and just as Ghislaine Maxwell was born in a genuine French castle near Paris called Château Maison Lafitte. So this is Château Maison Lafitte near Paris. And here is Ghislaine, the fourth nobility perpetrator, and she is sitting at the throne of Queen Elizabeth of England. So here you can read about the jaywalker nobility, Hermann Alpstein. They also called him Hermann von Alpstein. He had several castles like this one here, and also the castle of Waldenstein. And this guy, the top Nazi, he grew up at both castles, actually. And the guy was a German physician, Hermann Alpstein, Ritter von Mautenburg, and who had a relation with a sexual relation with the mother of Hermann Göring in the castle. So here's the other castle, Waldenstein Castle. I already showed you 10 years ago. So the name Alpstein, this is why I showed you this, the name Alpstein is of the nobility. They have castles. And sometimes they are of the jaywalker nobility, like in this case here. The guy was, here it says, he was half jaywalker. His father was a jaywalker. And in German, there's also a picture of him. So here, there he is. That's how he looked like, Hermann Alpstein. So there's a lot of Alpstein, Alpstein in the whole thing, and its nobility. There was a Gustav von Alpstein, and von in German it means nobility, of the Austrian nobility. Just as Mr. Padstein, he had an Austrian passport. Remember that. There's definitely an Austrian connection in the whole thing. And he died in Vienna. Alpstein. So the name Alpstein is more related to Austria than it is to Germany, actually, than it is to the jaywalkers. And this guy, he had the palace of Alpstein. He had it made. He knew the Archduke Ferdinand, the guy that he got killed in Sarajevo, and the First World War started because of that. An Austrian prince. And here, let's have a look at the Alpstein Palace. Yeah, the banker Gustav Ritter von Alpstein. Ritter, it means a knight. And the architect was also of the nobility, Freiherr von Hansen. And next to the Austrian parliament, this thing is. So it stands in Vienna. Think of Karin Kneisel and Putin coming dancing here in Vienna. So there's definitely an Austrian connection in the whole thing. Probably in German there's maybe more things to see. In German. Well, not really. Oh yes, there's a lot more. I didn't read it, but you can find it yourselves. Yeah. Also about this guy in German, there's a lot more. Well, of course, because it's from Austria. So I just want to show you where the name Alpstein, where it comes from. I think this is important, very important. So in Germany, there were also the Lords of Alpstein, same thing, here their coat of arms. And I mean, they've got descendants. This is why the Prince Andrew accepted Mr. Petstein, and also Donny and Ghislaine, because they're all from the nobility. The prince would never be with a commoner like that, So here in German, there's a lot more. Alpstein Adelsgeschlecht, die Herren von Alpstein. Again, the coat of arms, red and white. And there's a lot more, of course, in German. Probably probably descendants going to America, to New York. And here, this is the Castle Alpstein here. It says Burg Alpstein. It means a castle. It doesn't come. Very slow. Oh, there it is. It says eine Sprache, nur one language. There's the castle. Talk about the 30-year war. And an Austrian buying it. There's a lot of mythology, it says here, around the Alpstein castle. So the name Alpstein, it's definitely German-speaking, German and Austrian nobility having castles. And so here you can read about it, how Donny is related to the to the royal house of Denmark and Norway. So, and even to the president of Iceland here. So here it says, Donnie John Trump, President of the United States. So here is his mother, Mary Ann Trump, Malcolm McLeod, McKay. And well, let's go further up. There we go. Gordon. Here, the Earl of Huntley. Margaret Stewart. Here. King James IV of Scotland. So Donnie is a descendant of King James IV of Scotland. Yeah. Goes all the way down here to Donnie. And he is also, and his grandfather was King Christian I of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And the Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, that's in Germany. He's related to all of them. So, you know, they're all cousins with each other, with the King Haakon V of Norway and Donnie. Here it all comes together here. And as I told you, they all know it from each other, you know. Von Alpstein, nobility. Ghislaine, born in a castle, nobility. Prince Andrew, nobility. This one here, nobility. And I told you, I've been telling you for 20 years that the word pharaoh is from the Demotic per a, meaning the big house. A royal house, like this here, the crown, the royal house. So it's one big family. So this is where we were, the Duke of Schleswig-Holstein. Yeah, like, they're all connected. Yeah. King James, King Christian. And there we got King Donnie the First. The Per A, the big house of Pharaoh. And they all know it from each other. Von Alpstein, Ghislaine, Prince Andrew, King Stupo, they all know it, that they're all from the nobility, although otherwise they wouldn't even look at each other. And Pharaoh's nobility has always been doing this, the jus primae noctis. And I made a film about it. I've shown you many times. So they're all related. Here's Stupo, the King of Norway, and the Queen of Denmark, with a little octagon here. Of course there is. And Greenland belongs to Denmark. And Donnie knows he's of the same family. So this is where the whole thing of Greenland is coming from. He thinks he is entitled to it and not her. Because it's not the people of Denmark to whom belongs Greenland or the government. No, it belongs to the royal family. It's still the same thing. And Donnie is of the Danish royal family and the Norwegian royal family. So that's why he says, Greenland is mine. He's just tricking you into it. Well, it's for the safety of America or something like that. No, it's just royal rules, you know, old pharaonic rules saying it's like pharaonic monopoly it is. And here about Ghislaine, all pure nobility. And she was born in the castle here of Maison Lafitte, next to Paris. There you can see that. Here's the castle. Château de Maison Lafitte. Well, if you don't think this is nobility, look here, there's the sun hieroglyph in it, in the pyramid. There's probably a lot more to see. 4 pillars, concept of 4. Here's the joining hanging here. This is like a temple in itself, only if you look at this part here. Would be interesting to see who the statue represents. Probably a lot of obelisks here in the garden. And as usually in all these castles, they've been raping women and girls and even men, and black magic, torture, so nothing new. You can see where it is, Maison Lafitte. Maison, it means the house, like the Per A, the big house, the big pharaonic house. And Lafitte, I wouldn't know. So Paris is here, it's right next to Paris. And Maison. It's a bit funny to call the castle a house, otherwise a maison. I mean, you know anybody who has a house like this? Oh, it's a castle, it's not a house, it's not a maison. It's because of the house of Lafitte. And most likely the lords of Lafitte. The big house of Pharaoh. That's why it's Maison Lafitte, the house of Lafitte. So it is perfectly clear who is behind the Alpstein rapes, pedophilia, murders, and kidnappings, as the perpetrators are all of Pharaoh's nobility, who rule the world and stand above the law. Allegedly, Alpstein has also been raping and murdering in Switzerland, which he defines as the place where you can do everything you want, which you will hear later in this video through a witness speaking. And exactly this, what Alpstein allegedly said, and you will hear later a witness saying that in Switzerland you can do whatever you want. I mean, if you are of Pharaoh's nobility, I explained 3 years ago in this video here how Switzerland is Pharaoh's neutral base, where murderers like the Prince of Savoy or the pedophile Polanski get protected 100%. So it's in the same channel. Here's the title. And you see the pharaohs, it's pharaonic. And this is why Switzerland is neutral. This is the essence, as it says here, the essence of Swiss neutrality, where Pharaoh's nobility, where they will always be protected, where they can do what they want, and even murderers and rapists, and exactly as Alpstein has put it, and what he apparently did. And in the year 2000, I had to find this out the hard way, when I physically eliminated the threat of the Swiss pedophile Ernst Stoller, crushed his skull with a huge stone, which he unfortunately survived. I saved 2 children, had an American witness, Mr. Tom Warner Jr. from New York, but still had to do 2 months in prison. So, yeah, the authorities and their Freemasonic judges will always protect child molesters and satanic cults in Switzerland and elsewhere. So we have to do justice ourselves, which I did in the year 2000 and paid the price for it. In court, 2 years later in Bern, I enraged the judge, Mr. Vicari, who wanted me to admit that I regretted my actions. So I said, hell no, I don't regret it, for which he gave me a couple of more months for me being incorrectable. So yeah, me too. I'm a victim of pedophiles and their high-up conspiracy against mankind and against real justice. So I've shown you this before. This is a real statue in the capital of Switzerland. Yeah, I filmed it, the famous Swiss statue of the Swiss pedophile in Bern, Switzerland. And you see, this is exactly what Mr. Alpstein said. You know, you can do anything you want in Switzerland. You're going to hear this in a minute. And you see this. I even made statues of it. They protect Polanski, the pedophile. They protect the Prince of Savoy and a lot of murderers, you know. So they even have statues about it. In Switzerland, you can do whatever you like. I mean, who the hell makes a statue like this? I mean, who would do this? Well, I mean, what is the message of it? So I filmed this in the year 2012, 14 years ago, on this channel here. So these are the proofs that, you know, that the witness account, which I'm going to show you in a minute, that it's absolute genuine. And Mr. Warner from New York, Tom Warner, he even sent me his witness account in the year 2000. And but I think I showed it somewhere, but I made so many videos I can't find it anymore. And also, after 2 house searches, the Swiss Nazi police, they stole everything, documents and hard disks, computers, everything. So maybe Mr. Warner is watching my video here, who knows, you know, 26 years later. So you can see, you know, why they're all attracted to Switzerland, you know. Look at this statue, because in Switzerland you can do whatever you want. I'll give you the answers to the 2 biggest questions of the Mr. Alpstein case. 1. How is it possible Alpstein knew all these influential people? And 2. Where did he get all his wealth from? Well, if you think of financial crime, what country comes first in mind? Well, Switzerland, of course, who financed Adolf, who financed Hamas, the Nazi gold in Swiss vaults, where drug dealers and dictators keep their money, and where the world's elite meets up in places like Davos, Stade, Klosters, or Geneva, and where insiders called the WEF, the Women Alpstein Files. Yes, the WEF, officially World Economic Forum, is part of the Alpstein network, where Alpstein met billionaires, presidents, kings, queens, princes, and hooked them up with whatever they desired, with conveniently Prince Andrew's Swiss chalet nearby in Verbier, also in Switzerland. You know, criminals meet in bars. The mafia meets in Italian restaurants. and the world's elite meet in Davos, Switzerland at the WEF, where in February 2026 the director Borge Brandy of the Swiss WEF for Women Epstein files resigned in order to escape prosecution. So here you see Mr. Epstein. He was the director still in 2026 by the name of Borge Brandy. I hope I pronounced that right, probably not. It says World Economic Forum. And here you see this dude here, also at the World Economic Forum. And he's doing the inversed triangle of death, or the inversed pyramid, which has a meaning. It means, I already explained it to you, it means, to the insiders, it means I will do the inversed thing of what I'm saying. Don't listen to what I say, that's only for the dumb slaves of this earth, and I will do the opposite. This is the inversed pyramid. Normally a pyramid is like going up, and this is down. And why is he here? Well, he's of the very powerful Swiss dynasty of Haldeman, the Haldeman dynasty. There was Bob Haldeman in the Watergate scandal, and the governor of Quebec, and the director of the Bank of England, a very powerful Swiss dynasty. So this is why he's there at the WEF, the Women Epstein files. So here you can see the multi-million-dollar Swiss chalet of Prince Andrew, whom you can see here. So not very far from Davos in Switzerland, where they all meet up at the WEF. So everything is leading to Switzerland. Him having the chalet in Switzerland, Davos, the director had to step down because of the Epstein affair. Mr. Epstein himself going all the time to Switzerland, doing his banking stuff there. The WEF, Prince Andrew, everything is leading to Switzerland and what they've always been doing there. So just listen to the following witness account, how Epstein allegedly had people murdered in Switzerland.
I worked on that island for about a year. From 2013 to 2014, Mr. Epstein chose me and two other trusted employees from the island to come with him to a winter retreat in the Swiss Alps. He owned a small, billionaire small mind you, cabin, again, mansion, there, and wanted people he knew could be trusted, because most of the staff would be local hires. Our job on the surface was to help manage all the employees, like supervisors basically, but the unspoken task would be keeping everyone either in the dark or quiet. Mr. Epstein had a real fondness for plump, young Swiss blondes, and the Swiss, as he would explain, have a very progressive idea regarding age of consent. He viewed this as a more relaxed way to do what he does, more casual. Part of the thrill for these people, I think, is in the fact that it is illegal and they could get in big trouble. When they go to places that are more friendly with the idea of an older man having sex with 15-year-olds, it's to take a break, so to speak. The Alps themselves, wow. I mean, wow. I've been all over the United States and nothing in this country compares to Europe in terms of sheer beauty. Sometimes, early in the morning when I'd come out of my cabin and stretch, looking at the trees, smelling the crisp, clean air, just for a minute I'd forget what I have done, and what I'm doing. When it came back to me, I'd have to fight back tears. I want the mountains there to be the last thing I think about before I die. So I've not been there 3 days when, while me and the two from the island are doing bumps of coke off a butter knife in the lower garage, a boy maybe 14, skinny, blonde, pale and naked comes through the doorway right towards us. He's speaking French, but I think I got the gist of what he was saying. He was asking for help. He looked hysterical. Immediately my two friends were out of there and I shouldn't have been far behind. I told him, calm down, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. I just wanted him to feel better. This all took maybe 30 seconds before one of the nannies came in. He looked at her, confused, and I get the picture. He was trying to decide if she could be trusted. She couldn't. She shushed him and put her jacket over him and took his hand. She was speaking French as well and it sounded like a mother consoling a frightened child. She led him back into the house. I did not see him again. I never mentioned it to anyone, and nobody ever mentioned it to me. During my last couple of weeks there I witnessed firsthand the murder of an independent journalist. I don't think he was actually a journalist, I think he had maybe a blog or a YouTube channel, but I had never heard of him and don't know his name, so I don't think he was anyone with any real connections. He was one of the local hires, a dishwasher, but he was seen with a cell phone, out, possibly recording. Me and the other two from the island were asked to go check it out. So we go get the guy and ask him to empty out his pockets. Sure enough, he's got a phone. We told him to unlock it, he wouldn't. One of the other guys made a call, came back, and slugged him directly in the nose. I think he broke it because there was blood just pouring out and the guy started screaming. I don't think he'd ever been hit before, but me and the other guy held him down. Fuck it, I'll say their names. It was Daniel Robinson from South Florida and Marcus Harper from Nevada. Marcus and I were holding him down and Daniel punched him again and told him to unlock his phone. He complied this time, and sure enough there were pictures and videos from inside the house. We knew he hadn't sent anything out because only wired connections worked there. I guess they had signal jammers or something, or maybe because it was just so remote, I don't know. Anyway, Daniel makes another call and tells us to take him outside into the woods. I think we're just gonna threaten him and make him sign an NDA, but Daniel took his belt off and strangled him to death. We had to put his body up in an outbuilding because the ground was frozen. We put him through a wood chipper and then burned everything to ash. There were bits of charred bone left over when I swept it all into a trash bag and threw it out with the regular garbage. This, above anything else, I feel the most guilty for. After that, if I wasn't in before, I was definitely in now. Me, Marcus, and Daniel. The three fucking stooges from hell. Daniel had been in the military and I think he had a few screws loose because he always had a temper. He became the go-to guy for the really dirty shit. I started working for Mr. Alpstein directly after this. He would confide in me sometimes, when he was very high, about how nothing really makes him feel good enough. He told me once that he hasn't felt happy in years. I wish I had had the stones to tell him that this life he is living is only bringing him down. For a brief moment, I felt empathy for this man. I think that, too, was part of his game though. I don't think he has ever had a single genuine feeling in his life outside of sexual gratitude. He never mentioned the journalist to me. It was like it never happened, but we both knew that was the reason I was now working directly for him. Listen, I think I've said about all I care to right now. I'm going to go get a bottle of something before all the stores close. If this thread is still here in a few hours, I'll answer questions and tell some more stories.
My question here about the shadow economy.
I found the previous witness report here on YouTube. There's a lot more to see. It's just a very small part I took out of it concerning the Swiss, because that's what this video is about. And this video here, here's the title, the channel name, and it's from 2020, so it's quite a long time ago. And I mean, it's all being covered up, everything, as we know. So that's the entire video, and it's 25 minutes almost. And I just took 5 minutes out, so there's a lot more to hear. And I don't know if it's true. I think it's very possible because I know what the Swissies, what they do, what they are capable of. But I can't guarantee it. I don't know. We just have to put the puzzle pieces together ourselves. But in this video, I'll give you a lot of proofs about what's really going on there, what really happened. And it's all connected to Switzerland. All financial crime is connected to Switzerland. I mean, where did he get all the money from where was Mr. Alpstein meeting all the people? Well, the entire elite, they all meet up in Switzerland. It's all connected to the Knights Templars and the Swiss banks. It always is. You can also listen to the video here in French. And this is where I actually found it first. And the guy was so honest to put the link where he found it in English in the description of the channel. So here it says, l'ultime témoignage d'un homme à tout faire d'Alpstein. Le témoignage que vous allez entendre, que nous avons traduit en français, est celui d'un homme qui l'a posté, etc., sur l'histoire d'un chauffeur garde du corps. J'ai travaillé 1 an sur cette île. I worked 1 year on this island, it says. And you have to know, this guy here, Carl Zero Absolu, he's been around for at least 50 years, I think, as a pedophile hunter in France. Even before the internet and before YouTube, he was already doing it. You can see he's not the youngest anymore. And he was already on French television, well, not the governmental television, but some non-governmental TV stations. I think it was M6, maybe M6. And so this guy has been doing it for a long time. So he's absolutely serious. It's not new. It's not. He was there a long time before YouTube, a long time before the internet. He was already into pedophile hunting in France. So he's someone to be taken seriously, I think. It's his obsession. It's his thing he's always been doing. So that's why I thought the whole story can be taken seriously, this witness account. So here you can see about Carl Zero. He's a French writer and a filmmaker. There he is. There's a lot more, not very much more in English actually, so I'll show you in French. Here it is in French, and he has always been on TV. He has always been, doing things against conspiracies and against pedophiles. So you see there's a lot. Théorie du complot, it means conspiracies. Conspiracy theories. Complot, it means conspiracy. And here, pédocriminel, the pedophile, the pedocriminals, like this one here, Michel Fournier. So, and these ones here, the three more sinners. So, I'm pretty sure he would never have taken this witness account, which I've shown you just before, because he's been into this for a very long time. And very seriously. So, and as I've shown you, they also translated it into French, because this is the thing he has always been doing. And so Carl Zero, that's where I found the witness accounts on what allegedly Mr. Alpstein killed, allegedly, a lot of people in Switzerland, in the Swiss Alps, where the prince has also his chalet, and where is the Davos, where they all meet up, and where the money is. I believe this is how the Swissies found a way to blackmail and control presidents and business people. As I've shown you in this video here, that the Swiss definitely have some leverage on Stupo. So here you see Stupo, which is a anagram for POTUS. Here's one of the 7 Swiss heads of state. And you can hear in this video Stupo talking himself. Here's the title. It's only 8 hours. It's on my other channel. You can hear in this video, you can hear Stupo say it himself, that how the Swiss, one of the 7 heads, this woman here, by the name of Suter, a very powerful dynasty, who has done a lot of crimes in America, this dynasty, and how she called him up. I mean, look at her eyes, you know. She called Donny up and gave him the orders, which he executed immediately. And you can hear him say it himself in this video. So here's the video. It's on my channel, Homeland Security, Security. You should read this as well. There's only one country in the world that can order Donny around, and it's clear they have a mafia-style leverage over President Trump through the Sutter dynasty within the United States, even living next door to Donny in Palm Beach, Florida. So, allegedly through the Mr. Alpstein crimes, the Swissies, they allegedly have a leverage over Donny Stupo. Also, are the Swiss using Stupo and his America to hold the growing EU power and the NATO, which influences the Swissies have been wanting to diminish for the last 40 years at least, and now realizing it with Stupo doing it for them. So you all recognize the statue here? Oh yeah, I made a video about it 16 years ago, and everyone copied the image after that. And on my other channel, Gure or Gatsefrats. And as the Swiss, they turn everything around, you know, the statue of the Swiss pedophile eating children, they took away the child here, that the Swiss pedophile is, you know, biting the head off, and they put Switzerland in it, and they present the EU here as the Swiss pedophile. So, as usual, the Swissies, they turn everything around. Like they themselves are the aggressors who financed Hamas, who financed Hitler, and they present themselves as the victims, just as here. Same thing, you know? And you can see this, like when I was living in Swaziland, every day you see these sort of Nazi sort of things in the streets, everywhere you go, like being in the 30s in Nazi Germany, really. And this here, this political poster was made by the SVP Swiss Nazi Party, who also aggressed me and my family by using the authorities, which is them basically. I mean, all authorities, all like police, military, and justice department, they're all occupied by the Swiss Nazi Party. And they slipped into the victim's role, the aggressors did, and said, like, I threatened them, which is not true. I don't do things like this. And secondly, I'm not stupid to do this. You know, I wouldn't be that stupid. And thirdly, I was in prison. So most of the time in Swaziland, they put me in prison as a political prisoner. So how could I have done it if I was in prison? You know, my experience with them, it's only lies, 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 lies. And they're using Donny Stupo, you know, to destroy NATO, because Switzerland is not in the NATO. They don't want to be in the NATO. They are profiting from it, of course. And they don't want to be in the EU because they want to keep their neutrality. Well, they're not neutral anyway. And they want to make good money, and they don't want the EU and the NATO to control them, you know, because they would find out more easily about the Swiss crimes, financial crimes, political crimes, and other. So for the last 40 years, you know, you have seen this in Switzerland, all these pamphlets in magazines, in newspapers, on television, in the streets, and now they're using Donny to do it. He's doing it. And they got the leverage over Donny through the Alpstein affair, and I'm going to explain it all to you. So here you can see some more, the streets in Switzerland. For the last 40 years, every day you see these sort of things. It's absolutely full. This is in the streets, and you can see how the EU, blue with the yellow stars, is like sitting on Switzerland. You know, they're slipping into the victim's role. And this is in French, UDC, which is the same Nazi political party, only here for the written in French. It's SVP in German, so it says all here in French. UDC, it's Union. I don't remember. The Swiss usually say, or many, they say Union des Cons. And so this is also the SVP. So they absolutely hate the EU, and they've been doing this for a long time. And in spite of the fact that they make all their entire economy is based on the business they're doing with the EU, import, export. They're protected by NATO all around. You know, they have no expenses so much for the army because of that. They're profiting from it, you know. But in spite of all that, they are stabbing their protectors in the back with a big Swiss dagger. This is what's happening. And now they've got Donny, and they got the leverage over him. And it's all related to the Iran war. Just wait a minute. So this here is in front of the Swiss Parliament in Bern. This is the Parliament. And you can see the EU kicking poor Switzerland in the form of a pyramid. Well, what do you know? In red and white for the red and the white house of Pharaoh. Coincidence? No, it isn't. So here you can see what the Swissies have on their minds. And do they just have it on their minds, or are they really going to do something? Well, this is in the open. And my question to you is, are they doing something like behind the screens? Well, yes, they're doing things behind the screens. Just as nobody ever knew about Adolf being in Switzerland, being financed there, about the Hamas being financed, the Hamas being in Swiss Parliament, etc. The Swiss having children slaves until 1989. The first witch being burned in Switzerland, and the last one as well. That the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer, was written by two Swissies, etc., etc. Nobody talks about this country, so they all do it behind the screens. And also in this case here, you can see very clear they've got something on their minds. You know, they are upset with something, and they're all like showing it and talking about it. And they mostly do things against it behind the screens, as usual. So this is the backside of the Swiss Parliament here. So this is the postcards here about Swaziland being attacked by the European community, and here it says unus pro omnibus omnes pro uno, one for all and all for one, or as the Americans say, where we go one, we go all. This is where it comes from. And they're selling it to the tourists, like in the streets. You see, these are postcards. And whereas the normal citizens of the EU can't even permit to go on holiday in Switzerland because it's too expensive. So whom are they selling it to? To which, like, tourists? Well, to the elite, like rich Chinese, Russian oligarchs, Middle Eastern billionaires, like from Kuwait and Abu Dhabi and whatnot. And to tax evasion guys, of course. They're not so much Americans coming to Switzerland anymore because of the economic regression in America. Before there were American tourists, but not so many anymore. Only the wealthy elite is going to buy these postcards. And they say, oh, isn't Swaziland beautiful and neutral and innocent, where we put all our money? And also this is one of their political posters, which you can find in newspapers, television, the streets. You see here the EU, and they're aggressing Swaziland, which stands above everything, who are at the head of the EU, and they're being aggressed, the big Swaziland, okay, they're being aggressed by the EU, who are teaming up like together. And what do we see here? I made a video about it, We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mountains, and they really exist. I made this video about it. It's my Helvetic Horror Heidi video, where about what it says in the end times in the Bible, that there are 7 hills where the beast, the Swiss beast, is going to rise. And it says also in the Bible that these 7 hills are at the same time 7 kings, which is only in Swaziland. And okay, these are mountains. They're like 2,000 meters high. But compared to each other, there's like 100 meters difference or 200 meters, which is nothing. So compared to them, to each one of them among each other, they are like hills. So these are the 7 hills. And they are called the 7 Kurfürsten. They were the 7 prince and kings elects who were electing the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So these 7 hills are at the same time 7 kings. And as a matter of fact, Swaziland belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, which later on in history became the Savoy Empire. So it's everywhere. This is what they got on their minds, the Swissies. They're so afraid of the EU and NATO and to being swallowed up by the horrible EU and the NATO, and they're doing things. And I'm gonna, I already proven you that, they got a leverage on Donny. This year, they called up Donny and said, well, you're going to lower your import tax or else. And the woman was very aggressive, what Donny said by his own words. The Sutter lady of the very powerful Sutter dynasty of Swaziland. And this is what's happening. Open up your eyes. And especially open up your eyes to the things invisible. And I really think I'm the only one in the world that's explaining it to you, and I'm being downed by YouTube, by America, most likely because the Swiss, they infiltrated it all. and shadow banned, etc. So I don't really see why I should go on anyway. Look, there are thousands of these posters, and here they talk about Unterwerfung, which means to be subdued. They even got a website here. And so they're saying they're being subdued by the EU, and they want to be free. Oh, says the America, oh, that's what we like, a freedom fight like we did. Oh, we're going to support the Swiss. The Americans always like, you know, the little man, you know, being freed from the big bully and all. It's always the same. And the Swiss know perfectly well how to play this. You see the famous Swiss bike with the Swiss cross on it. And they are biking the European community. Now, what do the Swissies have against the European community? I think it's fantastic. There's no more borders. You can use euros everywhere. You don't have to change money. There's much more freedom. There's no more war between Germany and France and England and Italy. It's fantastic. Why don't the Swiss, why don't they like this? Well, because the Swiss always make money out of wars in Europe. Look at the Second World War and the First World War, the 30-year war. This is how they make money when there is war in Europe. When there are no more wars, the Swiss is not going to make any money with the Swiss Templar banks. So this is why they want to destroy the European community, which is a shame, and nobody is doing anything against it. Oh yeah, and by the way, the Swiss bikes, you know, they were never seen in Europe, this Arabic tactics of hiding a long bike, a long lance in the sand, and at the very last moment, you just get it up out of the sand and it's driven into the horses, or better, the horses drive themselves into the bikes, like at an angle of like 45 degrees. And this is how the Swiss, like Switzerland, got founded in 1291, 2.5 months after the Crusades, when the Knights Templars, who founded Switzerland, they brought the Swiss or the Arabic bikes like this into Europe, with which simple Swiss farmers without any military experience, who never won any war, all of a sudden they won the war against the huge Habsburg Empire, which was a miracle. So they show the miracle here, the Swiss miracle, which is of course the Templars' miracle. They show it in their political rubbish. I mean, the European community, okay, it's not perfect, but it's fantastic. The whole idea is fantastic. No more wars, free, you know, no more borders, same money. It's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. It brings so much freedom and also so much wealth. The people in Europe, they've never been so wealthy and nobody is hungry. This never happened before, and it's because of the EU. And the Swissies, just as they financed Adolf and the Hamas and everything, 30-year war, the Swiss mercs, you know, roaming in Germany, killing most of the Germans. You know, we don't have these things anymore. This is why the Swissies, they want to destroy it. And nobody sees it, except Homie Ross, who's being pushed down everywhere. So now, through Stupo's actions in Iran, there's even no more oil getting into the EU. America's war in Iran is in fact a Swiss war against the EU, with the Swiss financing the Hamas that led to the US to intervene in Iran, but the real reasons behind go deeper yet. So you can read about it. You know, Europe has maybe 6 weeks of jet fuel left. And this is from April 16th, so from last week. And here, the energy price shock. And so the experts, you know, the fuel crisis. Well, we all know about it. And also here it says in The Guardian, Europe has only 6 weeks of jet fuel left before shortages will hit because of the Iran war, according to the head of a global energy watchdog. It's everywhere. And of course, you know, for the digital money, for the total control, there needs to be a crisis, a financial crisis. I mean, needs to be, and to get a financial crisis, there needs to be a war. And this is how they do it. It's there will be oil shortages, and you can imagine what will happen then. No more heating, no more petrol or diesel for the tractors to, you know, to harvest the land. No more going to work. It's going to be a total breakdown. No more oil in Europe. No more harvest. No more heating in winter. Economic crisis, financial crisis, chaos, hunger, civil war, and then Pharaoh's nobility will give weapons and uniforms to the Muslims of Europe, and Pharaoh's vertical rule caliphate will be established in Europe. All because the Swissies in Pharaoh's base in the Alps wanted to destroy NATO and the EU, European Union. Also, is Donny Stupo way too youthful for an 80-year-old that behaves more like he could be 30 years younger, and that can be obtained through the youth elixir made in Switzerland, for which they need human material. What I've shown you in this video here from 6 years ago. So here it says the stem cells. So they need human stem cells. You know, all these women disappearing, you know, getting pregnant, babies being, you know, buried on the ground, all the rumors. Well, this is mostly what it's about, you know. You need, so I made this film 6 years ago. And since then, I don't think I made any videos anymore about Mr. Alpstein, because well, most of the time I didn't have a place to work. I was in my tent because of the Swiss terror. And also I let others who probably know more about it, like in America, because it's nearer to where it all happened, let them make videos about it. And just like I don't do any videos on flat earth and whatever, because I'm not an expert, you know. But I met somebody who knew about the youth elixir. And so I could make this video about it. I know exactly how it works. And I showed it to you, and only 20,000 people saw it. During the Pharaoh's poison, Pharaoh's bug war, because in these times there was a lot of censorship and taking videos away, and so this was the last video, and now this is the first video in 6 years I actually do on Mr. Alpstein and what's really going on. And also because when I had the time and I always had the time, when I had the moment and the opportunity to be somewhere and make more videos, because I can't do it in my tent. I had other things to do, explain you about the horizontal, the vertical rule, about the Second World War, etc., etc. So now I think it's the moment, because at a certain moment it died down, about the Mr. Alpstein thing, and now it's all getting up again. So I thought I tell you some more things that I know about it, and of course how the Swissies are. They're always involved in anything, always, because it's Pharaoh's base. And there's not such a thing as a Swiss people, it's a product. A people, the definition of a people is that they come in one language, to define them and recognize them as this identitarian peoples, to identify them. You can't imagine in the deep Middle Ages in 1291 that the Germans and the French said to each other, who couldn't even speak each other's language, and they still can't, that they said, well, let's make a nice country together and invite the Italians as well. It's impossible. So there must have been an exterior force who did this, and they were the Knights Templars. I told you many times, but you dumb slaves, you probably forget about it. As humanity always forget everything, because they don't write it down. Forget about everything. So you can see the video here. This is the title, Youth Elixir of Pharaoh's Vampire Aristocracy of the embryonic cells. And it's on my other channel, Homeland Security. If you won't find the title, like if YouTube doesn't show it because I'm shadow banned, you just go into the channel, go in the video section and just scroll down until you see it. And remember how I already told you in 2020 in this very same video that the island of Little Saint James is an original Templars island of their Hospitaller wing. And remember how I told you 6 years ago that those very same Templars founded Swaziland in 1291. So historically, there is a connection between Mr. Alpstein's Rape Island and Swaziland through the Knights Templars who founded Swaziland in 1291. So I've shown you this in this video 6 years ago, and I've been showing you for the last 20 years how Swaziland was founded by the Knights Templars. So here's the island of Sainte Croix. Here is probably Cuba or Puerto Rico. Here is Florida here. And here you can read it, the possessions of the Knights Hospitallers. And the Knights Hospitallers, so one of these islands here is the island of Little St. James, or maybe it's here. But anyway, it all belongs to the Knights Hospitallers. And the Knights Hospitallers, all the belongings, as the Knights Templars got forbidden in the year 1312, they got disbanded in Vienne, in the Cathedral of Vienne in France. I went there, I filmed it for you in one of my channels. I was in the middle of the night. And so then the Knights Templars were officially forbidden in 1312, 5 years after they got arrested in 1307 on Friday the 13th, and 2 years before they got burned at the stakes. So all their belongings went over into the Knights Hospitallers. And the Knights Templars, they have a red cross on a white underground. And the Hospitallers, they have the opposite. They have a white cross on a red underground, just as the flag of Swaziland, where all the belongings of the Knights Templars logically went to, as it was the law. You know, the thinking of the Swiss Templar banks, the notorious Templars treasure, the books, the power everywhere. So this island, the Rape Island, has the same flag, Hospitaller flag, as the Swiss flag. You know, anyway, I'll explain you in this video, and I'll already explain quite a lot now, that the whole Mr. Alpstein PSYOP and organization, a financial organization, it all comes out of a Swiss think tank. And I'll give you all the proofs in this video. It has nothing to do with the jaywalkers, well, maybe partly because of the Rothschild Bank in Geneva. But they are not jaywalkers, they are pharaohs. It's the Erev Rav. It's the jaywalker nobility. But unfortunately, the jaywalkers, they always protect the jaywalker nobility because they think it's theirs, but it isn't. You know, many all think, you know, the bad ones are the Germans and the Europeans and the Russians always did the pogroms, but they never think of their own nobility, just as the Europeans don't. You know, it's always the others, because Pharaoh's nobility, they are far too intelligent. They think 10 moves ahead, if it's not more. You know. So all roads lead to Swaziland, eh? So I've shown you this about the Little St. James Rape Island, that it belonged to the Hospitallers, and much, much more in the very same video here on my channel, Homie Land Security. Here it is. And here is the title, the same title as about the youth elixir of the Pharaoh vampires, because that's what they are basically. They're vampires. You know, we're just cattle to them. You know, we're just cows. They're taking the milk out of the cows, you know. That's why Donny, he is like, with his 80 years, he's moving like he is not even 50. And all the Americans, you know, the MAGA, they say, oh, he's our hero, look at it, there's a real hero, how strong he is and intelligent. And, well, just watch this video and you know how they do it, eh? Because of this Swiss vampire youth elixir, for which they need human stem cells, there is this young kidnapped and drugged woman who woke up on the Alpstein ranch in New Mexico in a laboratory and ready to be operated. Her witness account can be seen here by the very serious Chris Hansen, who has been chasing pedophiles for the last 40 years or so. So this is Chris Hansen, it says. So this is very serious. He's a very serious guy. He has been doing it since the last 40 years or so. Now he's getting old, grey hair, just like Homie Ross. And he was already on TV, and I think in the 80s maybe, or at least 90s. And you can punch the title here, and it's a bit long, so here it stands human, and then after that trafficking. So you can write that down. The whole title is Alpstein Survivor Reveals Shocking Details About Human Trafficking Experience. And you can read here, it says, I woke up in a lab. And that is related to what I've shown you in that video 6 years ago, or was it 8 years ago, about the youth elixir. I can't possibly repeat it all here, and I won't. So you should absolutely watch into it if you want to understand the Mr. Alpstein case. And it's all related to Switzerland. And, well, they need human stem cells for the youth elixir. And I explain all about it, how they get to the human stem cells, for which they need young women and get them pregnant. And that's what it's about, among others. And it's going way deeper, which I'll explain you all in this video. But you must see that other video and all the videos I have been showing you here. You must write it down and then look it up, especially about the youth elixir. Why the operating room at the Zorro Ranch? About 10 years ago in France, I got in contact with an insider who told me about the youth elixir, which I explained to you in my youth elixir video 6 years ago, and that human cells have the greatest growth rate at 3 months pregnancy of the human fetus. So these literal vampires need a lot of young women, get them pregnant, and through a cesarean cut out the fetus at 12 weeks and get those stem cells from it. For a normal cesarean in a hospital, doctors make a very small, either vertical or horizontal incision, and use a lot of clamps and instruments to keep it open, because women don't want to have big scars, which is more of a male thing and so-called proof of masculinity. But as the women were going to be disposed of afterwards anyway, the Alpstein stupo vampires just cut a big Z, like Zorro, in the skin and peeled off the skin at the corners of the Z, being surgically the fastest method to take off the skin and make a big opening to tear the baby out and take its 3 months stem cell juice. So instead of all the clamps and all the instruments and taking a lot of time, you just slash the Z. I saw it happening in the bush in South Africa, anyway, in Namibia. Opening up the animals, taking the organs out. So you slash a Z in it, and then it still gets attached like here and here, and you pull it up here, and then, you get the triangle out, and it stands up, and it's attached here. You can just pull it out, the skin can be pulled off. And the same thing at this side, this triangle here. You take the corner and pull it up, and then you got one like triangle standing up here on this side or falling down here, and it's attached here only, and on the other side here. So this is the reason they got the Zorro Z at the ranch. These guys got humor, don't they now? Oh, we know Donnie has a lot of humor. He's very humorous. It's interesting to listen to him, and that's why he's the great seducer. So this is how they called it, the Zorro Z ranch. This is a technique. I mean, when the women, when they got pregnant, they disposed of them anyway afterwards. The best way to do all this and get your own personal youth elixir, so the donor's DNA matches the DNA of the recipient. The recipient should rape the various women and be the father of the fetus, like a father eating his own child, as the statue of the Swiss pedophile shows. And indeed, it was allegedly done in the Swiss longevity clinic La Prairie, quite near to the Swiss chalet of Prince Andrew in Verbier, only 1 hour away. So you can see on the top of the screen it says Clinique La Prairie, which sounds very much like the Priory, like the Priory of Sion. Sion is also very nearby. It is in Clarence on the Lake of Geneva. And I think Sion from the clinic is that's probably also 1 hour drive. And also where the fire was on January the 1st, which is almost in Sion, like the Priory of Sion. And it says here, the most progressive longevity clinic in the world, at the heart of the secret of life, discover Clinique La Prairie. And this, which sounds like the Priory, where they pray. It's from the word to pray. But La Prairie is like the prairie, on the steppes, or like where the cowboys are running around and the bisons and whatever. And this is what the French gardener, what he told me about, and the insider, a doctor and a Freemasonner. I met him 9 years ago. And he said this is where they took the youth elixir using stem cells of human babies. So you can see a little map of Switzerland. Here's Geneva with the lake, on the Lake of Geneva, here Clarence, where the clinic, the Priory or La Prairie, where that is. And you can see here, it's 1 hour and 3 minutes drive to the chalet of Prince Andrew here in Verbier. It's only 75 kilometers. And here we see Sion, the Priory of Sion. It's all here. It's all Templar stuff anyway. And Crans-Montana is about here, where the fire was and 40 kids died. I made a video about that. And here's Bern, written in the French way, the German way it is without an E, the capital of Switzerland, the home of the beast. And here it says Lucerne, another well-known town. And all the way to the east, further than on the map, there is Davos. But these guys, they take helicopters, airplanes. They take a helicopter, just right away from Verbier, going to Davos, going to Sion, and then go to Clarence. They don't even take the car, And so it's all next to each other, And so I believe it's all true. And it's not a coincidence in a way that I heard this of the French gardener who knew the insider, and it's not a coincidence. So here on their website, and I've shown their website already 6 years ago, but YouTube took the video off. The Swiss are very powerful. and they have a leverage like all over. But you can look it up yourself. I'm not going to show everything now. You just punch Clinique La Prairie, Switzerland, the heart of the secret. And here they got the longevity programs here. You know, life reset. And if you punch these things, you see a lot of DNA strains, you know, with the stem cells, as I told you. And where are they going? You know, destinations, Saudi Arabia, you know, where all the billionaires, you know, it's all connected. It's something for the billionaires. And like in China, I also got a lot of billionaires. And of course, Switzerland, you can go to Montreux. And remember Donny all the time going to Saudi Arabia, you know, with the tablecloth on his head. And also the king of England. They're all connected. It's all pharaohs, nobility, the billionaires. Anyway, Donnie's nobility, Alpstein nobility, Prince Andrew nobility, Ghislaine nobility, they're all nobility. And Switzerland is the base of pharaohs nobility. Yeah. So here you can see on the website, you see all these DNA strains. Yeah, there you go. We are the life changers. They exist since 1931. Can you imagine? You know, when the nobility, when they were going to the pharaohs of Egypt, you know, and go digging there, you know, and they ate like they made a powder out of mummies and all these sort of weird things, you know. So here you see the DNA strain. And this means they change it, like the reset, what they're talking about. I mean, why do they do this? Eh? So this is the stem cells, allegedly, the human baby stem cell clinic. Allegedly. Okay, you heard me, I said allegedly. What the French gardener told me. Here's some more DNA stuff. With sort of silver looking thing here. And it's right around the corner from Prince Andrew. Our destination, you know, China, Saudi Arabia. Switzerland is just, it's Pharaoh's base. It's only, you can find the address and everything. New York, you see, New York is connected to it. Dubai, Doha, New York. Well, who came from New York? Hey? Mr. Alpstein. Yes, he's from New York. Longevity, well, etc. So, oh, welcome to Switzerland, eh? Look at that. Clinique La Prairie. And I remember that very well. This is exactly what the gardener told me, La Prairie. And so you better copy the video immediately because YouTube probably will take it off immediately, just like my other video. The Swiss are going to push very hard to take it off. And so copy it immediately, eh? At the Alpstein Ranch and on Alpstein's Rape Island, large quantities of sulfuric acid were found. That is traditionally being used by the mafia and others to completely dissolve a human body in a bathtub. Lots of young women with Zorro's Z mark on their stomachs, forever dissolved. So it says Alpstein sulfuric acid. So here in the AI, you can read about it. Newly released document from the Alpstein files finalized in January 2026 revealed that Jeffrey Alpstein ordered 330 gallons, which is more than 1,000 liters of sulfuric acid for his private island, Little St. James, etc. You can read it yourselves. So he got more than thousands of liters, and it's everywhere. You know, here you can see in the media, it's everywhere. It's in the Times of India, 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. Yeah. And what does Stupo say? Oh, I don't know, yeah, we got it wrong, yeah. So a billionaire who can pay for this can buy himself the youth elixir, fetus 3-month stem cell extract, and inject himself, making him feel and appear about 30 years younger. Donnie? Swissey? So this here is in New Mexico, the entrance of the Alpstein ranch. And what is important, always look at the details and the symbols. You can see it very slightly in this picture here. There's something at the end of the Z. Okay, I know Americans call it Z, but in English it's a Z. Just like the Ruskies having in the Ukraine war for the special military operation. And there's also these kinds of funny things here. It's very important. I can't see what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Concept of 4. And 4 is the people, the dumb slaves and the victims on the ranch. So here you can see it better in this picture here, this design. You can see this forged, it's like a forged devil's tail. And it actually is. And this means that these people must be demon possessed. And it has a meaning, the devil's tail here. I'll show it in another picture. Everything has a meaning. If they do a little thing like this, they don't do it without a meaning. They are like transmitting messages to each other in the dark, like unseen for us, that means. And the evil is always doing this. I've been showing this to you all for so many years. And this is one of these things. It's very little. You wouldn't see it because everybody's looking at the big Z and nobody notices this. But this is more important than the big Z. So here you can see it better. Here is the trident on the Z. Unfortunately, the Z was so big I couldn't get it into the frame. So it says devil. And here you see the tail. You always got this thing here. That's probably the inverse triangle of death also. Like in the Outwick concentration camps. It's always the same thing. This is also in red and white. And here's the trident. Apparently the devil is always with the devil's tail, with the inverse triangle of death here, and with the trident. And if you think of the trident, so you see definitely here's the trident, like on the tail of the Z, where all these horrible things were going on. And so these people are definitely demon possessed because a normal person can't possibly do these things. And if you do it, you attract automatically the demons. And so they're all demon possessed. I mean, terrible things going on, terrible. It's all demon stuff. And remember Mr. Alpstein, walking around in a uniform of the US Navy SEALs. Okay, think about it. I'll let you think. Think about it. Think. What do the Navy SEALs have? They have a trident, okay? This is a symbol of the US Navy SEALs. What do? They murder people all over the world just because, like the president says so, go and kill these people. And they do it. It's all demon stuff. And what do they have? The US Navy SEALs, they have a blood ritual. You know, they punch the trident into the chest and hop, tuck, you are a US Navy SEAL. And Mr. Alpstein, he also did the blood ritual, you know, there's no doubt. It's all the same stuff, and this is why he had this US Navy SEALs like uniform. I already showed it to you that the Navy SEALs, they do a blood ritual. And I don't remember which video. But this here, the tail of the Z, well, it's this and this combined. It's all devil worship and evil stuff they're doing there. And it's all being hid by by Donny Stupo and the rest of the gang and the princes and their castle and Swissey land. So here I made another picture where you can see a bit more of the Z with the US Navy SEAL tail trident on it. And here the devil's tools. Probably can pinch you with this one here. The inverted triangle of death. And here's the Navy SEAL trident. And so definitely the Z here is representing the devil's tail. And because they have demons, you know, the moment they enter the Alpstein ranch in New Mexico, the demons tell them immediately, and they see it immediately because of the demons. And it's only people who are initiated, and sometimes initiated in something good, maybe like I was initiated when I was 12 years old, in something good. So that's why I can see it. But most of them who see it, they are initiated in evil. And so it's really the battle between good and evil. And so I hope I could lift the veil on this one too. And it's not only this. There's also the concept of 3 and 4 on the ranch, which I already showed you, but I probably already forgot it. So here once more, the poor girl who woke up at the ranch here on an operation table in the Chris Hansen interview. And this is a symbol. I mean, you can all see this is a symbol. You know, it's not even for a helicopter. It's not even a helicopter pad, because these are all bushes. A helicopter can't even land here. Maybe in the middle, but I mean, why? So I already shown it to you years ago. So first of all, there's a square, you know, of the square and compass. The square is here. There's also 4 parts for the concept of 4. Then there are 3, and it's like the crosshairs here, you know. And there are 3 circles. Well, what do you need for a circle? So that is the concept of 3, which is them, and the concept of 4 is us, the people, the dumb slaves. And the concept of 3 is the elite and Pharaoh's nobility. Because at the side, the hierarchy of the pyramid, it's triangular. And at the base, this is a base of the pyramid, which is a square where the grass is, and the sheeple where they eat the grass. So what do you need to make a circle? Well, you need a compass. So it says square and compass for the 3 more sinners. And the 3 more sinners, it's all demon stuff. And who are the direct descendants or the indirect descendants through Pharaoh's nobility of the pharaohs themselves. And interestingly enough, here are the 3 circles, and there's even an inner circle. There's always an inner circle, and I see some things, but it's difficult to see what it is. But there's some symbols here inside the inner circle, which is interesting. Well, the inner circle, of course, it's always protected by the three more sinners also. And outside the whole square, there's usually, there's also an octagon somewhere around it. And the octagon is usually between the square and the compass. So the octagon are the authorities, and they protect the inner circle from the slaves, which is the dumb people, the dumb slaves. But they do it in different ways. But maybe they put an octagon here or various octagons in the inner circle. But it's definitely an inner circle. And it has another color. It looks like metal or something. So this is why the inner circle, where they come, for several reasons. For the youth elixir, like this here, where they tap the human stem cells, which they need for it, which I explain in my video on the youth elixir. I'm not going to repeat it all because it takes too long. It's already taking too long, and I'm tired. And so you must see it for yourself, the other video. Because if you don't see it, you will not understand what I'm showing you here. And so that's the second thing. And the third thing is having leverage over presidents and all this. And then there's a fourth thing, which I will explain later on in this video, very soon from now. So again, here Mr. Alpstein, together with his tough-looking pals here. And he is in a US Navy SEALs gala uniform with all his medals, he's a real war hero. The ladies fall into this, yeah? And here he's got the symbol of the US Navy SEALs, the badge. I'll show it to you. So here you see the badge of the US Navy SEALs, like Alpstein was wearing the uniform. So here you see the trident, just as on the tail of the Zorro wrench at the entrance. It's not a coincidence, people. And this is, of course, a falcon. It's the Horus falcon. The eye, the golden eye near the sun, and here we see an anchor. And this is a pirate's pistol. Why do they have a pirate's pistol? You have to ask yourself these questions. Who were the pirates? Well, the pirates, who were they fighting? Well, they were fighting against the English king. Okay? The king was the vertical rule, so the pirates must have been the horizontal rule, the princes, the principality. And they were, in their sails, they were having the skull and bones of the three more sinners they came out of the Knights Templars, and the Knights Templars are the principality. And the principality is, they wanted a republic, a horizontal rule. Well, what is the most important, the biggest? Well, the most important republic in the world is Switzerland, but the biggest one is America. So that's why they got a pirate's pistol. I mean, what are you going to do with a pirate's pistol nowadays? It all has a reason. And I can see there's a name here stamped in it. It also has a reason. And I suppose the anchor also has a reason, which maybe the circle here. Well, oh yeah, there's this circle for the compass, and here it's making a square. So it's even saying square and compass. It's all there. And it's also like a little sun, like Horus. Horus has always the sun behind his head, just like Mr. Jesus. So you see the sun here on Horus, which fits. And you got the pirate's pistol of the principality and the three more sinners, and then you got the devil's trident. So, well, nice. And you got, what is these? Oh, these are his his feet like. So, and they do this blood ritual. You know, it's not a coincidence they do a blood ritual because they're working for the principality. The Navy SEALs, they're working for the horizontal rule against everything what is vertical rule. So in this logo, it says horizontal rule everywhere. In the pistol, the Horus, the sun, and also the devil worship, probably, because the vertical rule, the French king, he was the droit divin, the divine rule. So this is against the divine rule. And apparently the Knights Templars and their principality of the horizontal rule, apparently they found old magic books in the pyramids, and they were definitely the Knights Templars, as the French king said, and also Guillaume de Nogaret, the state attorney of the French kingdom. They said, well, the Knights Templars, they were Satanists. And what do we see here? They made America with Lafayette coming out of France. We see all these Satanist things here in the US Navy SEALs. And this horrible guy walking around, Mr. Alpstein, in a Navy SEAL uniform. I mean, it's all there, eh? So here is the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, where you can read about it yourself. Oh, it's all in French. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. So, but anyway, I just wanted to show you the picture here. So here you see the ranch here with the square and compass here. And maybe you can see it here better, the whole Z in it with the devil's tail and the trident. US Navy SEALs, it's all in it here. One of the reasons New Mexico was chosen by Mr. Alpstein is that New Mexico has the lowest age of consent in the US, which is in New Mexico 16 years. In Europe, it is even much lower, where in Germany, Austria, or Italy, sex with a 14-year-old child is legal by Pharaoh's law. And remember how the Swiss had children slaves until 1989 and sterilized young women by force until 1996, which you can see in this Australian video called Switzerland's Stolen Generation, about the Swiss contract kids. The Swiss have always been attacking children and young women, and the Alpstein case is just an extension of this despicable Swiss tradition. So here you can see the title, Switzerland's Stolen Generation. If you punch that in, you'll find it. And it's on SBS Dateline from 2012. I made a couple of videos about this myself, but I think they were all taken off by YouTube. Most likely under pressure of the Swiss, because Switzerland needs to be presented as clean and neutral and innocent and beautiful and snowy mountains and clean money. So it says children deemed to be at risk were taken from their families and abused as slave labor in Switzerland, but they're still waiting for an apology. Well, you'll see pictures of the prison where young women in Swaziland until 1996 who participated like in a protest in front of the parliament, they were snatched by the Swiss police and the Justice Department And they said, well, if like young women, like 19 years old, and they said, well, this is eugenics, and I told you the grandfather of eugenics was a Swiss by the name of Ernst Rudin. He started this all. So they said, when you're going to have children, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. They're going to be like you. So we're going to sterilize you by force. This is what they did until 1996, just for participating in a protest for anything, for justice or against wars in front of the Swiss parliament, almost into the 21st century. And I met people, and we were living like 1 kilometer away from that prison where they did it in Hindelbank, which you will see in this video. So, and it's good you see it, you hear this from someone else, from the Australians here. There's a lot of pictures, and so get a real picture of Switzerland. And you must put this video, Switzerland's Stolen Generation, very much in connection to the Alpstein case and the witness account of Alpstein in Swaziland, because it has been going on for a very long time, these sort of things in Swaziland. So it's all connected. The state of Bad Stein's Zorro Ranch already has the name of Mexico in it, where in Mexico 28,000 young women have gone missing, of whom half were younger than 18 years old. The Mexican women started to disappear in 1993, with a peak in 1998, when the embryonic stem cells were isolated by the American James Thompson in the very same year of 1998. So we should differentiate at least two motives. One of the trafficking of young women under 18, starting in 1993, and two, the stem cell youth elixir, starting in 1998. So here you see in Mexico a mother looking for her children, hanging this up here, and there are 28,000. So this is just probably not even 0.5% or something. And it's all related to this here, and the background is always Swissey. In 1993, young women started to disappear in Ciudad Juarez, that lies on the US border where the state of New Mexico is, and where Mr. Alpstein bought his Zorro Ranch in the very same year of 1993, when Mexican women started to vanish mysteriously. The distance from Ciudad Juarez to Alpstein's Zorro Ranch is 250 kilometers, which is quite feasible, I'd say. So here on the map, you see New Mexico. The Zorro Ranch is about here. I'll show it to you later. He bought it in 1993. Here, 250 kilometers over the border in Mexico, right over the border, in the same year when Alpstein bought his ranch here, 1993, so in the same year, 1993, in Ciudad Juarez, which lies here, on the border with Texas, New Mexico, and Chihuahua state of Mexico, right here, in that very same year, women started to disappear in 1993. So we have to remember these 2 years. 1993, it all started. In 1998, there was a peak of women disappearing, and mostly young women, under 50% are under 18 years old, when the stem cells were isolated by James Thomson. So here on the other side, we see it said here disappearances, but it didn't fit into the college, in Mexico. So where it's red, it's very high. So it's brown after that, very high, and here light brown. And here's nothing. In the south, there's nothing at all. So in the south, there's nothing at all of Mexico. And the biggest problem is on the US border. I mean, that gets very creepy. I mean, America is a creepy country. I mean, the statistics show it, that the further you go into South America, I mean, the safer it gets. On this map, if you go down here, it's all yellow. But the more you approach America, the more dangerous it gets. And especially here, where it's dark brown, in the state of Chihuahua, in this town here, where the arrow is of Ciudad Juarez, it's probably the most dangerous place in the whole of Mexico. There's a little bit of red here, which is a different reason. It's probably more related to drugs, because the capital of Mexico, Mexico City, is here. So this is the third reason, probably, that women disappear in prostitution, but it's more drugs related here, I think. And also here it's dark brown, because the second biggest city of Mexico, which is Guadalajara, which is here. So apart from these two here, which are domestic disappearances, I would say, the problem of women disappearing lies here in America, and mostly here in New Mexico. And here again is Ciudad Juarez. Why is it here red? Well, the rape island, the Templars island of Mr. Alpstein, is here on the other side of the dip here, going to the right. But it's also on the border with America. So everything on the border with America is very dangerous for Latin Americans. So when women started to disappear right here in 1993, and Mr. Alpstein bought his ranch in the very same year when this all started, I mean, it's all connected. And already shown you the whole Alpstein affair is connected to Switzerland 100%. So the real ones behind the screens are the Swissies, as always. And Mr. Alpstein is just their agent, which I'm going to prove to you from now on, even more. And then in 1998, the stem cells were isolated by James Thomson, and therefore we got here in the map of the women disappearing, there's another peak in the statistics. So there are, and then later on there are some more peaks. They say in the internet, they say drugs related. Yeah. Everything is drugs related, of course. So here on the map, it says here Nouveau Mexique, means New Mexico in French, because my computer, I bought it in France. So this here is the state of New Mexico, Nouveau Mexique. And here, almost in the middle, is the Alpstein Ranch. and 250 kilometers, which he bought in 1993. And it's near Stanley, as you see there. And 250 kilometers, probably in a straight road down. You got Ciudad Juarez in Mexico, right at the border, where in the same year of 1993, when Alpstein bought his ranch, women started to disappear. So, I mean, 1 and 1 is 2, isn't it? So here in the AI Zorro Ranch is a sprawling, approximately 8,000-acre estate near Stanley, New Mexico, owned by sex offender Jeffrey Alpstein from 1993 until his death in 2019. So we see he bought it in 1993. I'm beginning to like AI, artificial intelligence. It's quick, it's very precise, and I mean, we can use their toys as well. So here it says, beginning in 1993, hundreds of young women and girls were kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, marking a severe ongoing crisis of femicide and impunity. Victims were often young working-class women whose bodies were discovered in the desert often years later. The crimes are linked to gangs, organized crime, and systemic negligence. Yeah, well, we know who the gangs are. It's the Principality Gang. And the most organized crime syndicates is in the Alps. I mean, that's clear, you know. So it says here, beginning in 1993 in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, women started to disappear. And it's coincidence, at the same year, at the same time, Mr. Alpstein, he bought the Zorro Ranch right next to Ciudad Juarez. No, it's not really a coincidence, eh? So here it says, from 1993 until 2023. So the distance here, the driving distance from Stanley, that's the nearest town to the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, to Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, is approximately 300 miles, about 450 kilometers. Oh, excuse me, I said 250 before. So it's still feasible in an evening. You kidnap some women and bring them to the Zorro Ranch and cut the Z into their skin and whatever. Horrible. So it's very near. So it says the crisis of women disappearing and being murdered in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, gained significant international attention in 1998. You see the peak. While the disappearances began earlier in 1993, just as I told you before, 1998 was a pivotal year marked by increasing alarm over a series of brutal killings. So in 1998 it got more brutal. Probably because they found a lot of mutilated women due to the discovery of the isolation of the stem cells in 1998. So you can read the rest here. El Paso, Texas, Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, now here it says Mr. James Thompson is an American developmental biologist best known for deriving the first human embryonic stem cell in 1998, where there was a peak of women disappearing in Ciudad Juarez. and for deriving human-induced pluripotent stem cells in 2007. I think there was another peak in 2006 or 2007. And they said it was drug-related. So you can read it yourselves. It says he was a veterinarian, Mr. Thompson. I guess the Zorro butchers at the ranch, they were veterinarians as well. So, to 1998, and there was a peak of women disappearing in Mexico at the US border. America is a very dangerous country, very lethal. As it was shown on the map, it's far much safer the more you go into Latin America to the south. The border, very dangerous. So here you see the three main US three-letter companies of the government. So, and I'll explain you how they are being tasked. So here is the CIA's. It says here Central Intelligence Agency. This is the FBI. Here it says the L, Federal Bureau of Investigation. And here it says National Security Agency, the NSA. So they usually say these ones, the CIA, they cannot operate in America, only abroad. And they say these ones here, the FBI, they only operate on American soil. And these ones, well, it's being kept in the dark what they actually do. But it's not true like this. And I'll explain it to you. We can all see this is a vesica pisces, you know, the circles. It's like a chain. And they're overlapping each other here like in a oval, like the Oval Office. So it says here, one for all and all for one, or where we go one, we go all. The slogan of the Knights Templars. And here also it forms an oval, they're overlapping each other. So in many cases, the FBI and the CIA, they're doing the same work. And also the NSA and the CIA. Although these are supposed to do this kind of work, as they say, or out of America, and these in America. But they do overlap each other, which is very important to understand. So, but the problem is we have no three-letter acronym to control the masters. Because the CIA only spies on foreign governments. The FBI only spy on ordinary criminals. And the NSA only spy on the people, the dumb slaves. And the police are being taught and ordered that the profile of a criminal is a guy or a girl with long hair or a Nubian, and not a guy in a fancy suit with a tie and a suitcase. And this is how the real perverts never get profiled by the police. Because there is no three-letter company that spies on our masters, on the elite, on Pharaoh's nobility, or on the global corporate mafia in their nice suits, neat ties, and fancy suitcases. In 2011, I became a witness of it myself, when this Swiss politician took me hitchhiking, who at the time worked for the Frey Swiss Chocolate Company. and as you can read here in German, became the Frei Swiss Chocolate Director for North America and moved to the US, where he possibly might have met Donny and Alpstein, because he told me that at every business congress no deal gets made without young girls, prostitutes, drugs and whatnot. He invited me home, where I even saw proofs of what he said, which for discretion reasons and because YouTube won't allow that, I therefore will withhold further intel on that. So the next time you buy Swiss chocolate, you'll know that no Swiss chocolate deal gets done without young girls, drugs and prostitution before it gets into your supermarket. And this is how the entire corporate mafia works, who need young girls to conclude their business deals and who own all the money in the world to pay or buy the young girls. This is how Jeffrey Epstein started. There's also a Eugene von Epstein writing highly questionable books with creepy titles like Malice in Wonderland, and where the Wonderland apparently is Switzerland. More titles like A Pain in the Alps or Lend Me Your Alp Horn. And it's all connected to Switzerland and to Alpstein. And look at it. Here there's the Swiss cross here and hearts in it. It says pain and there's also a heart in it. I mean, what is this? You see a Swiss airplane with a Swiss cross here. Lend me your Alp horn. I mean, it sounds a bit perverted, doesn't it? Lend me your Alp horn. We can all feel there's something funny here, you know, they're hiding something. You see here the Swiss mountains, and if you think about, you know, what's happening, name Alpstein, Switzerland, Malice. Yeah, I'll show you what malice means. Because there's a lot of non-English speakers here watching my videos, which is also the reason that a couple of years back, I started to speak very slowly at a slow pace, so everybody understands it. So here it says malice. It's from the French mal. Mal, it means bad or pain. If you're hurt, you say ça fait mal. So malice is the intention or desire to cause harm, pain, or distress to another person, often driven by spite, ill will, or a conscious, premeditated decision to do wrong. It implies a deliberate, premeditated, or reckless disregard for others' rights. In legal terms, it refers to an evil intent or motive to commit an unlawful act. So this is exactly what Mr. Alpstein, what he was doing. And now we find a book here connected to Switzerland, as always, where you see the Swiss mountains, and it's connected, and it's under the name of Alpstein. And it says, like Alice in Wonderland, it says Malice in Wonderland. This is real creepy. We all know there's something going on here, and the authorities are not going to investigate this. We all know this, eh? Now, considering the whole Alpstein affair and his connections to Switzerland and the persistent rumors of murder and torture by Alpstein in Switzerland, these books under the name Alpstein apparently happening in Switzerland with funny titles like Malice in Wonderland, showing the Alps and a Swiss cross, or A Pain in the Alps, and Lend Me Your Alp Horn, and showing a Swiss airplane. Well, these books make you wonder what's being hidden here, or what are the Swissies hiding from the world again in that base of the elite with its laws of silence. I mean, Malice in Wonderland, I mean, who invents a title like this anyway? Like Alice in Wonderland, but Malice in Wonderland. And apparently the Wonderland, with the Swiss cross and the Swiss Alps and the Swiss, these are these special Swiss flowers or alpine flowers that also the Nazis used them a lot. I forgot the name. Anyway, the Malice in Wonderland, it's connected here to Alpstein by the name here. It's creepy. What are they hiding? And this here, a pain with a heart in it. So it's like the heart in it. It's like the raping of persons. There's a heart in it. And it gives pain to the other one. And here it's upside down, like the inversed triangle. And who makes titles like this? A Pain in the Alps, A Malice in Wonderland, Lend Me Your Alp Horn. This is also it feels very sexually perverted, like Epstein's Alp Horn, raping the girls like. There's something funny going on. And if you know the country and Switzerland and their history like I do, and if you have experienced how creepy they are, you know there's something going on here behind these books. They're probably so proud of their evil deeds that they documented it in these books for the next evil generations to read, or inside their satanic lodges and pass around amongst each other at the WEF in Davos, Switzerland. So this whole Alpstein business started gradually with offering young women at business congresses, as the Swiss politician told me, from the time before he became a politician and when he was still working as a CEO director in the Swiss chocolate business. Then they wanted younger and younger girls, and trapped young girls who had modeling, dance, or art dreams. So Stupo set up beauty contests to attract the girlies who think they will be international stars. And at the same time, they used the motherly figures like Ghislaine to lure the girlies to the various rapists. Therefore, in 2012, Robin Williams called Donnie the Wizard of Oz, which you can hear in this video later on. I think it is important to crush all girlies' Walt Disney princess inner castle dreams and not show them Walt Disney pictures or let them play with princess dolls and Playmobil castles, because it is in the castle they get raped by princes. We need to teach our daughters that princes and castles are dangerous. It's better to crush a girl's dream in order to save her life, because in reality, the prince and castle dream is an evil nightmare. The Swissies are perfectly capable of investing a couple of million into their Alpstein puppet in order to get billions back in the long run. $8 million for the Little St. James Rape Island, an airplane Lolita Express, and a couple of villas left and right are nothing compared to the outcome of this typical kind of Swiss operation of billions, if not trillions. I've shown you in the Swiss Beast series how the Swissies have been controlling the US for a very long time now. This is interesting. This here is what AI says about the Swiss Beast series. I'll read it for you. The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, is a series of videos and conspiracy theories produced by Sean Ross, also associated with the channel Gure. The content alleges that Switzerland is the true center of global power and occult activity rather than just a neutral country. Key claims from this perspective include the Octagon Templars, the claim that Switzerland was founded in 1291 by the Knights Templar, who established an organization called Octagon, which Ross alleges controls the world. Nazi connections, allegations that the Swiss Beast is connected to Nazi Templars and the NWO, and biblical references, attempts to connect the second beast of Revelation to the city of Geneva. And Switzerland, Occult Origins, a series covers topics like that link Swiss history to occult origins and modern financial corruption. There you go, modern financial corruption. The videos are largely found on alternative platforms like Rumble and BitChute. Well, I never put any videos there, but I'm glad they are there, so please copy them and put them everywhere, rather than mainstream media. Well, interesting that the AI is saying this. Very interesting. Even the artificial intelligence recognizes the Swiss Beast, home of the devil. When I worked as a military analyst in my function as a military historian, we gave 10% for each time there was a connection to someone or something. And all these huge political criminals lived in Switzerland and were trained by the Swiss. Mussolini lived 2 years in Switzerland. Rudolf Hess, the second man in the Nazi Reich, studied in Zurich. Kim Jong-un lived his entire youth in Königs, Switzerland. Lenin lived in Switzerland for about 7 years in Geneva, Bern, and Zurich. So for that, we can give 10% probability that Alpstein lived in Switzerland, and there are even witness accounts to confirm this. Another 10% that he was possibly trained there in Switzerland, like Rudolf Hess, Mussolini, Kim Jong-un, Lenin, Adolf, and the rest, making altogether 20%. Alpstein's Rape Island is a Templars island, and Switzerland was founded by the Templars in 1291. That means 30% for Swiss involvement in the Alpstein case. So this gives here another 10%, making it 30% altogether. So here where I put the cross here is the island of Little St. James, the Alpstein Rape Island, which is just across of the possessions of the Knights Hospitallers of Sainte-Croix. It means the Holy Cross. So, of course, there was an influence here as well, and probably also belonged to the Knights Hospitallers. The Knights Hospitallers, they have a white cross on a red underground, just like the Swiss cross. And just like with the notorious Templars treasure, with which the Knights Templars, they founded the Swiss banks, all the belongings of the Knights Templars went over into the Knights Hospitaller. And so they changed the cross and the colors, just reversed it, and then it became illegal. So there's the veil of Knights Templars all over it. And of course the Knights Hospitallers, it's also related to the Freemore Sinners, as the Freemore Sinners is the political wing of the Knights Templars. And the Knights Hospitallers are very much related to the Freemore Sinners. And the Freemore Sinners, of course, they are very much related to power. And this, the Rape Islands, all people of power, they went here, like US presidents, like Clinton, and the connection to Donny Stupo. So it's very much related to the Freemore Sinners, and so are the Knights Hospitallers, to whom belonged all these islands. And the sphere of influence, it's still there. So altogether, and as Switzerland was founded by the Knights Templars, and which is really the hub of power with Davos and the WEF and all that. So that gives it a 30% altogether probability of the Alpstein case related to the Swissies. So here you can see the website here, Hospitaller Colonization of the Americas, the Knights Hospitallers. You see, there's a Swiss cross here. And so here is that picture of that. So here I put the cross here, where the Alpstein Island is. So I think they've been raping women here. It's been going on for hundreds of years. They have a tradition here because of all these guys of the Knights Hospitallers and the Knights, the Order of Malta, and they're all of the nobility, just as we see it happening in the Alpstein case. there's this Ghislaine, born in a castle, the Prince Andrew, and von Alpstein is nobility, and Stupo is of the nobility. It's the same thing again. And you can see the same thing here. You see Charles de Montmagny. It's of the nobility. Everything with de. His name Charles-Jacques Huol de Montmagny. It's the nobility. And Antoine de Paul, also nobility. A Knights Hospitaller, a Grand Master. And it's all nobility, just as it is today. Philippe de Longuevilliers de Poincy, also a Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. And it's still happening in these islands there. And of course, including the Mr. Petstein Island. And the Orders Commandery here. And this guy here as well, you see the cross of the Knights Hospitallers here. The Grand Master Giovanni Paolo Lascaris. And it's all the nobility. Charles de Montmagny, well, we already had that one. And they even had a castle in the middle of these islands, Chateau de Montagne. Look with a big castle on one of these islands next to the Petstein Island. So they have a long tradition there. Francis de Sales, also nobility, Geneva. And here's some more. Hospitaller governors. Claude de Roux Saint-Laurent, also nobility. Knights Hospitallers, Charles de Sales. All these things here, all these aristocrats, they were most likely, they all visited the Petstein Island. And all these horrible things have been going on there for a long time. History is always repeating itself, and they're always into traditions. And Isaac de Racy, look at him. Look, he's got this Hospitaller cross on his jacket. And on the front side is the fleur de lis, 3 times, for the concept of 3, which is them. And so it got all the veil of the Knights Templars, the nobility, Pharaoh's nobility on it, on that island, back then and still today. And Swaziland is their main base. Alpstein had a Swiss UBS bank account on Ghislaine's name with $19 million. For that, altogether 40% of a Swiss connection probability in the Alpstein case. You can read it. The Swiss UBS bank managed up to 19 million for Ghislaine Maxwell starting in 2014, even after she was flagged as a high-risk client following JP Morgan Chase cutting ties with Jeffrey Epstein, etc. You can read it yourself. So it's the whole case has Switzerland all over on it. Swiss banks, Knights Templar islands in the Caribbean. The Swiss always training all these dictators and criminals like Adolf, Rudolf Hess, Mussolini, Lenin, Kim Jong-un, etc. It says Switzerland all over on it, on the whole case. and nobody talks about it. They all say it's like the jaywalkers, and I don't see any jaywalker print on it. None at all. The Swiss banks allegedly have paid hitman 50% altogether. So here you can read about the witness account about the Swiss banks having paid hitmen who allegedly have even murdered foreign presidents of entire countries. So I've already shown you this, but there are new people, and not everyone has seen all the videos. So altogether with this, showing the Swiss connection, getting to 50% here, that they're involved in all of these things. They're capable of it. So this was by the Russian journalist Peter Odensov. I think it was from 2011. The Swiss police have international death squads, 60%. In this video, it says Swiss police death squads. And in this video here on the same channel, you can hear more about that. The Swiss, like Alpstein, are masters in financial crime, from tax evasion to Nazi gold and everything in between, 70%. The entire global elite meet in the Swiss Alps at Davos WEF, where Alpstein's connections to the elite were made. 80% probability of the Alpstein-Swiss connection. Jeffrey Alpstein went to the Lafayette High School in Gravesend, Brooklyn, and Gravesend was founded by Deborah Lady Moody in 1643, who was an Anabaptist. And guess where Anabaptism was first practiced and invented? Yes, in Switzerland, in Zurich, 1525. So here you can see, I filmed this once for you, Ulrich Zwingli. And although I'm not religious, when I was standing there, I recognized this immediately, Zwingli, in Zurich, where the Anabaptism started. So you can see this on my other channel, Gure. And when the Swiss banksters, they called the police upon me. And so I wrote down these sort of things, and then YouTube put this in it. So that's why I made a lot of words myself, for certain things. Oh, I got only 65 comments. And this is 13 years ago. So Ulrich Zwingli, Anabaptist. And this is where Jeffrey Alpstein went to high school, in Brooklyn, Gravesend. So people say, Brooklyn, so there's an Alpstein connection with the jaywalkers, because there are a lot of jaywalkers in Brooklyn. But I see completely different connections here. So where Jeffrey Alpstein went to school in Brooklyn, Gravesend, there's a Swiss connection that might have influenced the young Jeffrey, or maybe his potential recognized by the Swissies. Okay, I won't give points for that, but he might have kept contacts with former high school friends who might have been descendants of the Anabaptist Lady Moody, taking trips to the motherland of the Anabaptists in the Swiss Alps. So they call him the Swiss Brethren. So it's a brotherhood, see? And here you see that name again, Ulrich Zwingli. I just showed that to you at the statue where I filmed in Zurich. And here you see they went to southern France, to the Palatines, and then they went to England and then to North America, just as the ancestors of Obama, for instance. So I see a serious Swiss connection to where Alpstein went to school. And again, Alpstein, it's not the jaywalkers. Officially, he's a jaywalker, or was, but it's the jaywalker nobility, von Alpstein. And Pharaoh's nobility, their base is Switzerland. He didn't go to a high school with a typical jaywalker name, did he now? It's Lafayette, Marquis de Lafayette. I went to his castle in France, next to Paris, in one of my videos. The Le Château Lagrange, the Grange Castle. And I got kicked out there in 2020. Unfortunately, I couldn't film it because the guy was pretty aggressive. I didn't want to take out my camera and, you know. The other Alpstein pedophile, Prince Andrew, also had a chalet in the Swiss Alps, 90%. So that's 90% probability that the entire Alpstein affair was and still is, in fact, a Swiss operation. Banking itself was invented by the Knights Templars who founded Switzerland, the motherland of all banking. And Mr. Padstein was a banker, 100%. So very quickly, using the profiler's method, we get to 100% probability of a Swiss connection in the Alpstein case, with the Swissies financing him and giving him all the Davos connections to the world's elite. So a profiler would come to 100% probability that the entire Alpstein affair was a Swiss operation from beginning to end. And concerning what happened in February 2026 at Davos with the Swiss Sutter dynasty ordering the US president to lower the import tax from 39 to 15%. It is very obvious that the Swiss have a leverage on Stupo, which is an anagram for poters. Immediately after World War II, the international tax evasion into Switzerland started after 1945 and using the Swiss banks. The Swissies stealing billions of dollars other people worked for, robbing the man-hours of entire nations. The Swiss heist of the century really culminated in the 1980s and 1990s and stopped with whistleblower Bradley Birkenfeld in 1994, who had learned the trade from his predecessor, yes, Jeffrey Epstein, which of course he never admitted. It says Lucifer's Banker by Bradley Birkenfeld. So in the early 1970s, the Swiss banksters went looking for a charming young banker around the US stock exchange at and around Wall Street, New York. A charming young American banker who could throw parties with drugs and lots of young women for the Swiss banks to attract the immense wealthy US elite and seduce them to buy a villa at Lake Geneva or in the Swiss Alps, thus rendering very low taxes in Switzerland of money made in America and worked for in the American industry with American man-hours, which is the basic definition of tax evasion through offshore banking. So during young Epstein's time at the US Stock Exchange and working for the US bank Bear and Stearns from 1976 to 1981, Jeff started to throw his New York elite parties with lots of young girls and drugs financed by the Swiss. And that immediately attracted Donny Stupo to quench his insatiable lust for young girls. And as Stupo is not only a military service dodger, but also a notorious tax dodger who never paid any taxes in New York, Stupo and Epstein became best pals ever. Forever. So here the AI. Oh, I love AI. It gives all the information immediately. So here about Donny not paying never ever any taxes. Yeah. According to a major investigation by the New York Times and subsequent records released by the House Ways and Means Committee, Donald Trump paid little to no federal income taxes for many years, though he has personally asserted that he paid a lot of state income taxes to New York. Well, I showed you, how he talks about women, and he's obviously lying. So, key findings regarding his tax history include federal income taxes. Trump paid $0 in federal income taxes for 10 of the 15 years leading up to his presidency, largely by reporting massive business losses to offset his income. Here you see, offset. Offset to where? Like offshore banking, where? Well, in Switzerland, of course. Bradley Birkenfeld, he said all about it. He gave all the information. And it's the Swiss banks behind it. And Epstein was working for the Swiss banks, although he got his salary from Bear and Stearns. But that didn't mean anything. I mean, you can walk around at the stock exchange and do things for other persons, right? And the only way not to pay your taxes in America is have a villa or a chalet somewhere in Switzerland. It's the only way to do it. So 2016 and 2017, during his first year as president and the year he was elected, his federal income tax bill was just $750 each year. This is official, people. I mean, if you wouldn't pay your taxes, you go to prison. You got the IRS ringing at your door immediately. And these people just get off it with it. So 2020, in his final year in office, he paid $0 in federal income taxes and claimed almost $6 million in refund. New York State taxes. While Trump claimed at a 2020 press conference that he paid a lot of money in state to New York, the specific totals for his state-level income taxes have not been as widely publicized as his federal returns. However, his representatives have noted he has paid, well, he didn't pay any taxes. He never did. I mean, Pharaoh's nobility, the nobility, they invented taxes in their castles. They never paid any taxes, and neither did Donny. And the key to all this is Mr. Alpstein, working for the Swiss banks already in the 70s. Like Birkenfeld wrote about in his book, Lucifer's banker. He was Lucifer's banker in Geneva for 4 years, and throwing parties, for the Swissey, for the American elite, and to trap them into Switzerland, so they didn't pay any more taxes. This is how they do it, and this is how they always did it since 1945. So let's start at the beginning, in 1945. It started all in 1945. Actually, it started in 1934 when the bank secrecy in Switzerland was done. So then they could start. But then came the war, and there was a economic crisis, and the Wall Street crash in 29, and everything that followed. So it actually really started in 1945. So I'll read it for you. If you don't understand this, you'll never understand how come a nothing like Jeffrey Epstein, a young nothing, charming though, how he became that rich in such a short time. You have to understand this. So following 1945, Switzerland, its position as the world's premier tax haven, leveraging strict banking secrecy laws established in 1934 to attract vast amounts of foreign capital seeking to evade taxes. So the Swiss bank secrecy in 1934, and remember, in 1933, Adolf, who was financed in Switzerland, by the way, he was in Zurich in 1923. So at the same time, they established the banking secrecy. It says it particularly from Europe, the tax evasion, to evade taxes, but mostly the US, of course. While the post-war era saw this practice peak, it also initiated a slow, decades-long decline due to international pressure that accelerated after the 2008 financial crisis. Safe haven, so from 1945 to the 1990s, and 1990s, that's Bradley Birkenfeld. So safe haven growth in the decades following World War II, Switzerland became the default destination for international tax evasion. I repeat that for you, listen carefully. In the decades following World War II, Switzerland became the default destination for international tax evasion, with banks attracting foreign capital through high secrecy, a stable currency, and lenient tax legislation for non-residents, well, etc. And I'm going to show you how did they attract the customers. So you can read this all for yourself. I'm just trying to explain the technique the sly Swissies are using. So now I'll show you how they attracted the customers. So now I'll explain how the Swissies attracted all the entire elite, especially the American elite. So this is AI again. Bradley Birkenfeld. Birke in German, it means a birch, like the tree. And Feld, it's the field, so a field of birches. Oh, nice name. Probably more like a field of Swiss francs or something. So Bradley Field of Birches, the former UBS private banker turned whistleblower. That was in 1994. A private famously detailed a lifestyle of lavish parties. There we go. You know, and this is how Mr. Epstein started from 1976 to 1981. And this is how a nobody, how he got so filthy rich, and how he attracted Donnie, who was only going after the girlies. And high-stakes networking in his memoir, Lucifer's Banker. Everybody should read that book. His accounts describe a magic carpet ride designed to woo. Woo in English, it means to sort of seduce and attract. Grooming. You know, attracts ultra-wealthy American clients into hiding assets in secret Swiss accounts. Birkenfeld had memberships at elite British gentlemen's clubs like the Royal Automobile Club and the East India Club, where he entertained clients with expensive food, scotch and cigars before taking them to high-profile events like Royal Ascot fashion shows or football finals. In Geneva, he worked in Geneva for 4 years. He would whisk clients from the airport in blacked-out Mercedes sedans to five-star hotel like the Hotel Richmond, followed by dinners at upscale French restaurants. Parties often moved to exclusive Geneva cabaret like Velvet involving working girls, that means prostitutes if it's between this here, and significant spending. I explained it to you, like the Swiss politician who worked for the chocolate company Frey. He told me all about it in 2011 when he took me hitchhiking. And significant spending, sometimes throwing down thousands of Swiss francs in a single night to ensure clients were taken care of. You know, taken care of with prostitutes, drugs, young women. Women, of course, getting younger and younger. And this is how it started. This is how it started. So, I mean, if you want to know the origins, forget about Epstein. It's the Swiss banks. And the ones behind it, you know, it's Octagon. So the bank itself sponsored high-end events such as art shows like Art Basel and yacht races in the US to attract potential tax evading clients, high-profile connections. His book recounts surreal encounters such as sipping Courvoisier with Osama bin Laden's sister shortly after 9/11 and negotiating business in historic location like the Wolfsburg Castle, well, etc., etc. Yeah, Birkenfeld justified this excessive lifestyle as a professional necessity, stating that the best time to pitch a client was when they were having the time of their life. His disclosures eventually shattered Swiss banking secrecy, leading to a record of 100 million, etc. So this is the technique. It's very sly. It's simple. You know, they're not very intelligent. It's not a high intelligence. They're just sly. And so in order to do this, stage one was to change the law in 1934 with the banking secrecy. So the countries involved, like for instance America, they couldn't look into it, what their nationals, the elite, into the Swiss bank accounts. And then stage number two, and that first happened actually in a great scale after the Second World War because of the financial crisis, the Wall Street crisis, Second World War, Mr. Adolf, and etc. So in 1945, their scheme of the banking secrecy from 1934, it really started off after the Second World War, 1945, at its peak in the 80s and the 90s. And in order to attract the people, they did the parties. And this is how between 1976 at the Wall Street, New York Stock Exchange, until 1981, Mr. Alpstein, he came into action. A charming young man, as you saw the picture, and he started throwing parties for the Swiss banks. So this is how it started, and this is how an absolute nobody, like the young, charming Mr. Alpstein here, between 1976 and 1981, he worked at the New York Stock Exchange, where you can see here, when the Swiss banksters, and other Swiss probably, when they had him to work for them, while he was still working actually for Stearns, Bear and Stearns. But that doesn't bother them, you know, so at the same time, well, Bear and Stearns were paying his salary, he was actually working for somebody else on the other side of the Atlantic in the Alps. Then the young and very charming Alpstein, he started to throw parties for the elite, as you can see here, to attract the US elite to come and pay their very low taxes in Switzerland and buy a little villa and everything, open up a secret bank account and pay no more taxes in the US. This is also the secret why Donny never paid any taxes in New York. And this is how a nobody like Alpstein, he became so incredibly filthy rich. And when Donny here came on board, it needed more and more girls. They needed to be younger and younger, even children, and the whole thing got completely out of hand. And ended with total vampirism and more vampirism and much more vampirism, finally turning into total Satanism. So here you can read about Bradley Birkenfeld. I pronounce it in the original Yiddish, German way. So here it says Birkenfeld is a jaywalker. And he was even in school in Switzerland, a master's degree in La Tour de Pale. So I'm 100% sure that Alpstein and Birkenfeld, they knew each other. They were both walking around in Switzerland at the New York Stock Exchange. They are both jaywalkers, and they were both doing the same thing. And this is the thing they were doing. I read it for you. In October 2001, Birkenfeld began working at UBS in Geneva, Switzerland, again as a private banker offering wealth management services. That means tax evasion. Eh? His principal job responsibility was to solicit wealthy Americans to move their assets to the bank, the Swiss bank, UBS, enabling them to hide their funds due to Switzerland's strict banking secrecy laws and thus avoid paying US taxes. There we go. And according to Birkenfeld, UBS sponsored events like art shows, yard races in the United States to attract wealthy people as potential clients. And Alpstein, he was doing exactly the same thing, and this is how he got rich. It's so simple. You don't have to look around, I mean, how can a nobody, apparently never even had a college degree, how did he get so filthy rich? It's not possible. And all these jaywalker bankers in the banking industry, I think they're not normal jaywalkers, but they are of the jaywalker nobility. Just like the bankers Rothschild, it's Baron de Rothschild, it's all nobility. And this is why Alpstein, he had an account with Rothschild. So I'm not trying to defend the jaywalkers, it's not about this, but it's very important that you understand it's Pharaoh's nobility behind it, that's all. Unfortunately, the jaywalkers themselves, they always protect the jaywalker nobility, although they did probably most harm in the whole catch and the Second World War to the jaywalkers. They completely betrayed the jaywalkers, which is a fact. It's an historical fact. It has been proven. But still, they will always, the normal jaywalkers, they think they have to protect the jaywalker nobility because they are also jaywalkers, but they are not. They are, as they call themselves, the Erev Rava. They are not normal jaywalkers. So Birkenfeld and Alpstein, they are of Pharaoh's nobility, just as there is the European nobility, Arab nobility, Chinese nobility, the Japanese emperor, etc., etc. The whole world, and they're all cousins with each other, and they are there where the banks and the money and the wealth and all everything, the nice parties are. The yachts, the elite. It's Pharaoh's nobility. In order to get more girlies for the elite parties and the ever-growing personal consumption, the Stupo-Alpstein duo started beauty contests in New York and Palm Beach, Florida, where the trapped girlies were quite surprised and slightly shocked to find a diminished voting board consisting of only two men, Stupo and Alpstein, patiently waiting with big eyes, red blushing cheeks unto their ears, and licking their lips. Here in 2012, you will hear actor Robin Williams say the following on the Stupo-Alpstein beauty contests for young girls. 2 years later, he was dead at the age of 63. I personally believe that the Swiss Octagon suicided him, just as it says in this Austrian newspaper that people get suicided in Swiss prisons. The Swiss Octagon is very real, people. I personally believe the Swiss death squad got him on orders of the Swiss banks in order to protect their Donny Stubel. Well, let's listen to the late Robin Williams.
And Donald Trump is the Wizard of Oz. He is the guy. It's a man, he plays Monopoly with real fucking buildings. This is a scary man. And he owns all these beauty pageants, Miss America, Miss Universe. Isn't that a bit like Michael Vick owning a series of pet stores? It's like, it's a fucking catch and release program for him. This is a man who said, my daughter is hot. Even people in Arkansas went, that's fucking wrong. That's just way out of place. And that fucking hair, my God. I believe the hair is the Donald. I believe that's it. I believe the body is a maintenance system for the hair. He goes home at night going, we're home. Hey, fuck it, let's get out of here now. I'll fuck her, let's do this.
At the end of the 70s and early 80s, with Alpstein out of security reasons, as the New York elite parties became the talk of town with, as you might assume, with lots of gossip around, the Swiss moved the elite tax evasion parties to Geneva, Zurich, and the Swiss Alps under full protection of the motherland of all evil. And as the Swissies, with the help of that charming Jeffrey Epstein, by then had already made billions through their Swiss scam, a couple of millions for some airplanes was just peanuts, and mere investment money to get more through it afterwards. So, by appointment of the Swiss banksters, one plane for Donny and one plane for Alpstein, and the Lolita Express was born. A name deriving from the already existing Lolita fashion scene in Switzerland. After the Swiss Miss Switzerland Lolita Morena, who in 1982 became Miss World. Thus, locally in Swaziland, the expression Lolita becoming the standard notion and concept for anything very feminine related to selling one's body for superficial glamour. So in Swaziland, Lolita became a term for cheap feminine, therefore in a derogatory way by the Swiss tax evasion bankers, the name Lolita Express for the Epstein-Trump flights derived in a cynical Swiss way. That sort of comes closest to humor for a Swiss bankster's mind. So you see, the name of the Alpstein flights going in and out Swaziland was given by the Swiss, as the name Lolita has a typical Swiss connotation, totally unknown in the US, England, or elsewhere in the world, thus furthermore proving the Swiss masters of the game. Miss Switzerland and Miss World and name giver of the Lolita Express, Lolita Morena, was married with the German football star Lothar Matthäus. So here you see them. Here is Miss World Switzerland Lolita Morena, And here Lothar Matthäus with one of their children, or the unique child, I don't know, in a typical German picture with a German beer, like it looks like half a liter or a liter. They don't drink less probably. And a German traditional style of making houses, like here, called Fachwerkhaus. So at the same time, in 1982, when Alpstein was throwing tax evasion parties to seduce and attract the wealthy elite in New York, Geneva, Zurich, and the Swiss Alps, in that very same year of 1982, when charming Jeff was roaming around Switzerland, going back and forth from New York, in that very same year of 1982, in Switzerland, the name Lolita became the general expression for glamour, for everything feminine, for young girls, and for fashion shows. Hey, Donny. So here you can read about Lolita Morena. And interesting, she was a study of Egyptology. It's the scientific study of ancient Egypt. Oh, she would like my videos. Maybe she saw my videos. Imagine. So she won the Miss Switzerland pageant in 1982 when Alpstein was roaming around Switzerland, and she went on the Miss World and Miss Universe. Does that also exist? Becoming the Miss of the Moon or whatever. And interesting. So she was at the university, University of Geneva. So intelligent woman, probably. And here it says from she was also Eurovision Song Contest presenters until there came probably too many pink list killers in the whole thing, and then she just stopped that probably. And here from 1994 to 1999, Morena was married to German football player Lothar Matthäus. There he is. With whom she had a son. Okay, we just saw the son. So that didn't last very long, eh? Only 5 years. So I guess in 1998, when Germany completely lost the football world mastership in 1998 and became 10th, that never happened before. I guess that was the end of the marriage, eh? When Lothar Matthäus, probably completely broken too many of the beers afterwards. And that was the end of the marriage with Lolita. Then it was hasta Lolita, baby. When I was still in the army, working as a, let's say, military historian, we knew about all this, but were not allowed to tell the Americans about it because of the prince's involvement in it. You don't want to create an irreconcilable scandal with our best friends, do you now? Was the answer of our superiors. Well, so I'll tell our best friends now. Better late than never. And I can promise our best friends that the Swissey's own Stupo, just as President Herbert Hoover was Swiss and led the Swiss Wall Street crash of 1929 happen. That I've explained to you in my Swiss Beast series part 1 that you can see here. So here's the video, 200,000 views. And there you can see the other parts in the description. I made it 2018, it was 8 years ago. And there are more than 2,000 comments. So this video starts explaining it, and there are 22 parts. Here's in the same channel. The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, Part 1, NWO, Nazi Templars. Very ugly things are about to happen with that Swiss-owned stupo of our best friends. And I can tell you that the Swiss main objective is to weaken and possibly destroy the EU, European Union, for which they will lever stupo to achieve this, and which is already happening. Think of NATO, Greenland, Ukraine, lowering the import taxes from Switzerland, the decline of the UN, etc. In the long run, the destruction of the EU will turn out to be catastrophic for America. Whereas in short terms, it sounds like such a great MAGA thing to do. So the whole Alpstein affair started as a Swiss bank tax evasion plan with the actual stupo leverage as a bonus on top of the Swiss heist. And mind you that Boston, where Bradley Birkenfeld was, is only a 1-hour flight away from New York, where Mr. Alpstein was, with both being regular clients at the New York Wall Street Stock Exchange, that only a blind person would assume that in this small banker's world they never crossed ways. And remember that Birkenfeld lived in Geneva, Switzerland for many years, where also Alpstein went all the time. And then after that, through that enormous financial Swiss tax evasion success, the Alpstein affair turned rapist. They wanted more and more. Then it turned vampire with the youth elixir, and finally became entirely satanic. But it all started with Swiss banking and the tax evasion Swiss heist of the century. I've been analyzing the Swiss behavior and their history for almost 30 years now. And also from my own personal experience with them, I can tell you that they are very dangerous, extremely organized in collective lies and collective crime, who methodically organized genocides, coup d'etat, revolutions, wars, and mass murder, and will stop at nothing. I have a very bad feeling that after this powerful and revealing film. The Swiss will send their Swiss death squad after me again to finish the job. I'm not afraid to die. Valhalla is waiting. In direct relation to the name of Alpstein's Zorro Ranch and all the terrible rumors around it, in plastic surgery there is this official technique called the Z-plasty, which is used in surgery to enable better healing of the skin, which you can witness for yourselves in the next sequence. So you must have a look at the signs and the symbols, and it is not a coincidence. It's the Z ranch, the Zorro ranch with the symbol Z or the letter Z everywhere. So this is the official way certain operations are being made. It's the Z-plasty. And as there was an operation room at the Z ranch, this is the quickest way. If you're going to dispose of the body anyways, it's the quickest way to make a big opening. So we can all see and understand that the name of the Z ranch, the Z-plasty surgery, the operation tables, rumors of impregnated women at the ranch, and even worse than that, are all related by the Z as common denominator. So in the image on the left side, we see the skin, and where the letter Z is being carved into it, just as in the sequences we just saw before. And at the points A and B, you see the two triangles are being lifted up. And if you pull them up, they stand up and vertically, and you get the opening will be a big square. So, which is just the biggest and way with less effort. If you're going to dispose of the body anyway, you don't mind about the scars or anything. It's just the biggest way to make a big opening and get the 3 months fetus, drag it out and make your youth elixir. This is what happened, people, and this is why it's called the Z ranch. These are very intelligent people. And you can see there are doctors and studied people. They're all the elite. They're all billionaires. They're not stupid. And they are the ones who rule the whole world, actually. Now, why does an academic, like a surgeon, get to cut into the human flesh in a Z-like form in the first place, and then create an existing technique out of that? Was it the result of a coincidence, or was it academically calculated from the start? Well, neither nor, or a bit of both. As I've told you in video Swissey Alpstein here, it is a standard surgical technique and procedure deriving from hunting by slashing a Z and Z-shaped incision into the skin to achieve the quickest way to get the biggest opening in a body to exfiltrate the organs. And out of this rudimental Z-slash developed the Z-plasty, more or less by accident. So in cases of organ harvesting, for example, the Z/ is being used to get the biggest opening in the shortest time and least operative work. And as the placenta with the 3-month fetus in it is in fact an organ, the youth elixir procedure can technically be considered as organ harvesting. Here you can see once more how the Z/ is being done by lifting up the two angles of the two triangles at point A and point B, thus minimizing the total effort, creating the biggest hole. So you must have a look at the signs and the symbols, and it is not a coincidence. It's the Z ranch, the Zorro ranch with the symbol Z or the letter Z everywhere. So this is the official way certain operations are being made. It's the Z-plasty. And as there was an operation room at the Z ranch, this is the quickest way. If you're going to dispose of the body anyways, it's the quickest way to make a big opening. So by lifting the two triangles and concept of 3, the square and concept of 4 will be created, the opening, thus revealing square and compass throughout the satanic operation, with a total fingerprint of the 3 more sinners for those who can pierce into the invisible realm. Also, the number 12 is 3 times 4, by law becoming the legal limit of 12 weeks for an abortion, for the forces of evil to grab that soul, and 12 weeks is exactly 3 months, enabling the powerful stem cells to be harvested for Donnie's youth elixir, allegedly. And in order to obtain the female youth elixir machines, guess who owned the Miss Universe pageant? Well, Stupo did. From 1996 to 2015, during the Alpstein years, Stupo was the owner of the Miss Universe organization. Here you can read about it. Miss Universe, Miss Universe organization, written in the American way with a Z, again the Zorro Z here, or the Z-plasty, Z. I mean, another reason to write it the real way with an S, eh? So here you can, that's history, and here you can read about it. In 1996, Donald Trump bought the pageant from ITT Corp with a broadcasting arrangement from CBS until 2002. In 1998, Miss Universe Incorporated changed its name to the Miss Universe organization, again written wrongly with a Z, and moved its headquarters from Los Angeles to New York City. Or of course, it went to New York City, where the other pedophile was, Mr. Alpstein and the rest of them. So that's why they moved it from Los Angeles to New York. I mean, it's so visible, everything. And by late 2002, Donnie Stupo entered into a joint venture with NBC, which in 2003 outbid the other markets for the TV rights. From 2003 to 2014, the pageant, that means the beauty contest, was broadcast on NBC in the US. In June 2015, there we go, NBC cancelled all business relationship with Trump and the Miss Universe organization in response to controversial statements about immigrants who illegally crossed the border from Mexico. As part of the legal settlement in September 2015, Trump bought out NBC. Well, anyway, he sold it in 2015, so almost 20 years he was the owner. During the most intensive Alpstein years, I suppose, he owned the Miss Universe pageant. I mean, this is a way to retract them. You have to go to the roots of it. You know, where find all the girlies. You know, go. I mean, if you're a businessman, you have to go to the roots and get your goodies. So here it says, you can read here about the Z-plasty. The Z-plasty is a versatile plastic surgery technique that is used, well, etc., etc. And the Z-plasty is actually the thing to do for if you're into organ harvesting. You know, this is why it's the Z ranch, with all the Zs at all the entrances and probably all over, inside, outside. And there's the concept of 3 and 4 in it, 4 square and compass. It's all there. The real Zorro behind the screens are Lucifer's bankers of the motherland of all evil, with their tax evasion and the elite's greed as the common denominator, tying all the pieces together. Hey, Swissey. In Europe, the impoverished nobility is a harsh reality and a huge potential danger to the Knights Templars' horizontal rule, and cynically enough, out of the impoverished nobility themselves. Therefore, needed to share one horse by 2 impoverished noblemen without enough wealth to buy a horse each one. Or like Homie Ross hitchhiking around and sleeping in his tent. Like the poor Knights Templars, it is the impoverished nobility that always brings about change or revolution. That's why impoverished nobility is the most dangerous community on earth. And as the impoverished nobility, through their pharaonic subconscious, has the biggest potential to fully understand my videos. Therefore, the last half year, I've been invited by the impoverished nobility, whom out of discretion and security measures, I will just call Noble X for code name. And as I don't want to show Noble X's face, I will just show Noble X's huge and dangerous wolf dog that tries to devour every other dog it sees in a spectacular manner. I think I've never seen such a violent temperament and with that much physical power in any dog. It's like a huge Nordic wolf that despises the effeminated dog breeds. I fed Fenris, also called Fenrir, a couple of times food So now I'm on the safe side, accepted and on friendly terms. Maybe it'll defend me from the Swissies, eh? I mean, look how big he is. This is the kitchen sink. It's a normal sink, and here's a normal chair. He could easily put his head on the kitchen sink and just let it rest. You can see as his head is so heavy, it's just hanging down, you know, it's so big. Here's the chair. When he's sitting, he's coming like over the leaning of the chair. Huge dog. Because of the change from vertical rule nobility to horizontal rule nobility, the ancestral knowledge within the nobility has disappeared. And most of today's nobility know nothing anymore, neither history of the nobility nor nobility's wisdom and knowledge, as I can see with Mr. or Mrs. Noble X, who finds out about those things through my videos and me explaining more on a personal level in 3D. Like Mr. or Mrs. Noble X's pharaonic physiognomy, with small, lean but long hands, lean and fragile looking body, but astonishing strong, and a radiant appearance. So you see those long, these are original hieroglyphs. This is not European, these long hands like this. And here as well, another hieroglyph, or, you know. And you can see the same model, you know, thin and long, as for instance, Obama, you know. And I mean, don't think that the masters would just let some Nubian become the president of the US. No, they're all pharaohs. And then there is this story about Donny Stupo's small hands. I don't know if it's true, but these tiny, lean, long hands, it's very pharaonic. And these lean, small bodies. And we find that a lot within the nobility, but not always, because they have been so mixed with the European races, where women have much broader hands like this, the European women. And but it's astonishing, you know. I saw Noble X carry up like furniture up the stairs, and incredibly strong, you know. So that was quite astonishing. I would never have thought that. And but anyway, it's a pleasant person and helpful, and thank God, with not so much pharaonic knowledge, maybe I could say that. Eh? Noble X told me to be of 3/4 European nobility and 1/4 maternal jaywalker grandmother. So basically, through Judaic laws, a jaywalker with a jaywalker grandmother and a jaywalker mother. So I asked Noble X, was your grandmother a jaywalker or jaywalker nobility? I don't know, was the answer. So I started my deductive questions with answers like Granny escaped Russia in 1917. Granny spoke French and had a chaise longue. So by then I knew perfectly well that Granny was jaywalker nobility, because only the vertical part of the Russian nobility had to escape Russia in 1917, and not the normal jaywalkers who didn't even have the financial means to leave Russia. And only the nobility speaks French in Russia and have a chaise longue, which the normal jaywalkers in Russia never had and didn't even know what a chaise longue is. So these are genuine pictures of the 19th century of jaywalkers in Russia. I mean, look at the boots and everything. You know, it's a rag clothes, and here as well. They were the poorest people in the whole of Europe. You know, because most of these, they were only praying and they didn't work. You know, look at the kids, even sitting under the table, no shoes. But you have to distinguish between normal jaywalkers and the jaywalker nobility. The jaywalker nobility, that's something else. And here too is a genuine picture from the 19th century of jaywalkers in Russia. I mean, look at them, you know, he doesn't even have a belt to tie around this, so the cold Russian air doesn't come in, like to tie around his waist. They were the poorest people, having no power at all. You know? And as I explained to you, only the jaywalker nobility, they wanted to have a horizontal rule, because they couldn't get a piece of land by the vertical rule nobility. But not these ones, and these were most of them. They didn't have a clue, didn't even know what a chaise longue is or nothing. The whole thing about the jaywalkers, doing the revolution. Anyway, the Russian Revolution was not against the Russian people, it was only against the nobility. You think these guys here did it? Get out of here, It was the lower nobility who wanted the horizontal rule, the principality, also nobility. All revolutions are internal wars within the nobility, because the principality, the princes, they also want to have power, The impoverished nobility, and they're very dangerous, because they're not satisfied. Not these ones here. And the whole myth about the jaywalkers, doing the revolution, it was all made up by the nobility, as in Germany, as in Europe, as in Russia, They had to blame someone for it all, Well, they knew that there were a lot of jaywalker nobility being involved, as I explained to you, because they wanted to have a horizontal rule. So they could also, have power. And so this is why the horizontal jaywalker nobility, they were very much hated by the European vertical nobility, especially in Russia and later on in Germany, when when the shit really hit the fan in Germany in 1918, and also here in 1917, when the vertical nobility, they got extinguished. And then, all brakes were loose, And because the jaywalkers belonged, they were the property of the jaywalker nobility. So the vertical Russian and German nobility, they say, well, it's just whack-a-mole, This is what happened. But these ones, look at these, the ragged bunch here. They have no power. They don't even know anything, So use your minds, people. Come on, use your minds and don't believe all the lies and all the propaganda, which is by the nobility anyway. It's by it's by the kings and like sort of like King Stupo and his gang. Chaise longue is French and means a long chair. And naturally, the pharaohs of Egypt had them too. And then afterwards, their descendants of the nobility. And nowadays, Egypt's three more senior psychiatrists have them too. So apparently this is in a museum, and this is a puppet of Sigmund Freud. So through some simple deduction, I know for sure that Noble X's grandmother was of the jaywalker nobility, and that Noble X is 100% from all four grandparents of the nobility, which Noble X never knew, always believing to be a jaywalker, due to the alleged maternal jaywalker grandmother, being thus not entirely the case. Funny, before I explained Noble X about her jaywalker nobility grandmother, Noble X always had a silver star of David around Noble X's neck, which has completely vanished after my deductive investigation. Well done, Watson. Splendid, old chap. Also contacted me some years back a member of Europe's nobility about the Latin saying Draconi nostro gratias agimus mater nos omnia, meaning we thank our dragon, the mother of us all, which at the castle he had to say before dinner and gave him the creeps. So he asked me what it really meant, especially concerning today's reptilian videos of prominent lizards like Mr. Stürmer here. So I had to laugh and explained him that the snake or dragon are our own intestines with a big and greedy human mouth on top of the food chain on it, and therefore being this medieval custom before dinner in the castle, the medieval bon appetit, if you like. I already explained this in this video here a couple of years back on the same channel. I knew this because at the age of 12 I got initiated in medieval table manners, although dragons for etiquette is a bit brutal for a good appetite, I do say. So it says Draconi, which is the dragon in Latin, nostro, it means our, Draconi nostro gratias agimus, mater nos omnia. Mater, it's like the word mother, and omnia, it means all. Nos is our. So we have to keep our feet a bit on the ground sometimes, because there's not always a sinister meaning behind it all. Here is the title of the video, and it's on the same channel. And I've been telling you since 15 years that a caliphate will come, as shown in this video, Goldstein made Philistine. And last Easter in 2026, we all saw King Charlie's propaganda for the nobility's vertical rule caliphate. So it says the royal order of the tablecloth. Here you see the tablecloth, and that's why he has it on his head. Just took the tablecloth and put it on his head. So first they bashed Christianity into our heads, burned women at the stakes, tortured people, burned people alive through sheer violence. And now they're going to do the same thing with Islam. You know, and people who don't want to believe, they're probably going to chop off their hands. And this is the nobility. You know. And we also saw Lily Putin kissing the Quran. And it's very obvious the vertical rule caliphate will come. So with the AI, this is what King Charles is saying. You know, you can find it in the media, but I don't want to have their cookies, you know. So, and he says here, he says Christianity is a poor religion and it's lost. You know, this it says. So you can read it yourself. So first they want us, you know, in the Crusades to go and have war with the Muslims, which was only about money for the nobility, of course, and the Knights Templars, who are of the nobility. So, and now they want us to become like Muslims. And they're going to force it upon us. It's coming. We're almost there. They just have to hand out the arms and the uniforms, which they did before. The Nazis did it. And then it's bye-bye. Then they're going to chop off your willy, and which is in fact it's a pact with evil. It says so even in the Quran. It says so. So here we see Charlie. He's looking around here and at the precise Islamic work here, and he's probably thinking, oh, this is very good work. The Muslims are good slaves. I can use them in my empire and make them work for me. And they have to pay 50% of their salary to me. So let's come and import them. They're probably better than those drunk English. Like, you see him with a cheese pick here, with the tablecloth on his head. And this is for the bullet, just like the Cossacks. You know, also Muslim-led, as I told you. The Cossacks are. So here, Charlie is standing with his new pals here. I don't know where it is. And always the red carpet for the pharaohs. And again, the tablecloth on his head. And it's a real picture. I only do real pictures and real things. I don't do fake things. And apparently he is actually walking around like this. Can you believe it? I mean, what a shift. I mean, things are going quick. And here again, Lily Putin, the Tsar of Russia, kissing the Quran. All real pictures. I don't do fake stuff, people. He is standing with the book here. There's a Cossack with the cigar holders. And here it says Takia Christian. It means a fake Christian. Well, he's fake Muslim as well, you know. Everything is fake with these politicians, you know. And so you can see, you know, it's everywhere. So it's coming. They do it everywhere. Everywhere they are advocating the Islam in European culture. And it's really coming. Look at the signs. Open your eyes. And here it says in the Quran that the circumcision is forbidden. It's forbidden to change Allah's creation. It is in Surah 32:7. It's 7, but I don't see 30. I suppose this means 32. Here it says, I'll read it for you. Who perfected everything, well, Allah, which He created and began the creation of man from clay. So it says Allah's creation is perfect and He created man. So the man, the humankind creation of Allah is perfect, which implies you cannot cut something off and mutilate this creation because it's perfect. I mean, 1 billion Muslims, can't you read, or what's wrong with you guys? You know? Shall I read it in Arabic for you here? Allazi asanna kulla shay'in kallaka wa bada al kalkal insani min tin. You know? It's forbidden. You cannot mutilate Allah's creation. And here in Surah 417, because I'm going to explain 119, but I want to tell you what it's all about. So in 117, it's about the rebellious Satan, the whole thing. And so in 119, it's talking about Satan. And this is important because it belongs together. So now I'm going to show you 119, where it says literally that the circumcision is an alliance with the rebellious Satan. So again, the story here is about none but a rebellious Satan. So here we got Surah 119, so 400, it says Surah, it probably says 4, An-Nisa ayat, probably means 4, it's a lot of words, 119. So remember, in 117, it was Satan speaking. So here it continues, and I will mislead them. So who is I? Satan, yeah? And I will mislead them. So here is a quotation mark here. So it's still from 117. And I will mislead them, Satan will mislead them, and I will arouse in them sinful desires, and I will command them, so they will slit the ears of cattle. Now, who's the cattle? Well, the human beings, of course. They're just cattle, they're nothing else, you know, especially for the nobility. And Muhammad, he was of the Quraysh nobility. And for the nobility, for Pharaoh, the people are just dumb slaves, the cattle, you know. And I'll command them so they will change the creation of Allah. You know, what we saw before in the Surah 32:7, that the creation of Allah is perfect. And so Satan, he wants to change the creation of Allah through the circumcision. And whoever takes Satan as an ally instead of Allah has certainly sustained a clear loss, meaning it's an alliance through the circumcision. Because in those days, as I've shown you, as it says in the Bible, that Pharaoh disappeared in the Sea of Peoples, you know, with Moses, with the sea opening up. In the old days, they wrote things down differently, you know, in a very poetic way, I must say. So, slitting the ears of cattle. Well, slitting, you see, the circumcision, slitting. And the ears, what are the ears? I mean, they're not going to pronounce it, especially sexual things. They're not pronounced in the old books, in the holy books. You don't pronounce these dirty things like sexual organs in a holy book, can you now? So, what are the ears? It's the same as the Sea of Peoples. You know, they say, they put it in different words. Well, the cattle are the slaves, you know, the dumb slaves, the people. So the ears of the cattle, what are the ears? Well, the ears are on a head. You agree? So we also have the little head, don't we now? You know, between your legs, there's the little head. And if it's, you know, if it's slit off here, those people tend to think only with the little head, so they have to wrap in the women, you know, under a ton of clothes, like. So the head has ears, you know, it's a piece of skin hanging on the head, you know, which is the circumcision. That's what they're talking about. It's slit off the ears, slit off the foreskin. It's standing here. It's just an old poetic way in the holy books, you know, because you can't put sexual organs in a holy book, can you now? So for Charlie, look at it. It says even in Arabic here. Well, this I can't read, but here. I read it for you, Charlie. You know, listen to it, you know. Look. Walla uddilannahum wa la ummaniyannahum wa Allah amurannahum falayubatikuna azanal anamiva la amurannahum. And imagine me, you know, Homie Rossi at the same time, you know, putting my little finger up, just like Mr. Bin Laden, you know. So if you hear me talking, just imagine me with the little finger up. Which actually means, if the Muslims put the little finger up, it means the Khalifa, which is the Arabic word for the Caliphate. So I'm doing it the right way. I put my little finger up and I continue reading, eh? Because it's all about the Caliphate here. Fala yugai niruna kalkala vamai yatakizi shatana. Shaitana, this is Satan, the devil here. Waliyam min dunillahi fakat kasira kusram namubena. So don't mutilate the creation of Allah, which is perfect. And if you do that, you make an alliance with Satan. That's what it says. So you got it, Charlie. You know, you can put the dagger away, yeah? You know, because there's no more chop, eh? Because the creation is holy and perfect. Allah just said so. You can put the dagger away. Chop, dear pal. Or how do you posh guys say it? No more chop on the willies. So you can put your tablecloth off and pretend you're a normal European. Well, you're not European anyway. You're a pharaonic Egyptian. You know, that's why you like it all, probably, eh? So before, the English defined the House of Windsor as Germans of Gotha Coburg. And now the English define Charlie and the Windsors as Muslims. So apparently the dumb slaves haven't got a clue what they are. I mean, how can a royal family suddenly transform from German to Middle Eastern? And in this picture you see father and son. So this is father, the king, and this is his son. Prince Harry, who loves to, you know, to dress up like a Nazi on more than one occasion. I mean, these are two occasions, apparently. So this picture, it looks like a contradiction, but it isn't actually, because the Nazis, they put Muslims into Nazi uniforms and gave them weapons to kill the Europeans. So this collage here is a perfect fit. The Germans, though, never actually had kings, but they had the Ting, or tribe gathering. Then, in the year 771, Karl the Great of the Franks, coming out of France, attacked the Germans, called Saxons in those days, beat the Christian religion into their thick Germanic skulls, just as they will do soon and force Islam onto the Europeans, and Karl the Great set in place the nobility ruling over the free Saxons of Germany, meaning that Gotha Coburg are actually of French descent. And as I already told you, the French nobility came from Rome, and the Roman nobility came out of Egypt, the origin of all worldwide nobility. So the Windsors, as it's always been in all newspapers in England, saying, oh, they're Germans, they're not even English, it's from the German house of Gotha Coburg, and they dress up as Nazis, like Prince Harry, and they, what was his name, King Edward, go talk with Mr. Adolf and team up with the Nazis and all these things, is actually not true. Because the entire German nobility comes out of the French nobility, of the Franks, of Karl the Great. And this is why in the whole entire Europe, in all courts, they were speaking French. Even the English court, or the Prussian court, or the Tsars in Russia, they all spoke French. Richard Lionheart, he couldn't even speak English. He only spoke French. And he spoke Norman French as well. So don't blame the German because of the Windsor problem, right? It wouldn't be fair. Because they're also subdued by the whole shebang, So this is how the Saxons, how they lived, they didn't even have huts like this, with nice poles and all this. They just had, like dirt shags, like far worse than this. And they were gathering together, they didn't have a king. And they said, well, let's talk. We are the warriors here. Let's sit down and see if we can find a solution. They call this thing a ting. Apparently where the word ding in German and the English word thing comes from, because this was their thing, the ting. I guess etymologically it comes from there. It was the big thing, like now the big thing is the elections, or have a new president, or the new same one president, And in those days, the big thing was like this, let's how are we going to beat up the Romans, like sort of things. So the Windsors are not German, they are not even, and Gotha Coburg, they're not German either, because it's all French nobility, and there's no French nobility either. They came out of Rome, and when Rome collapsed, they went to France. And before that, the pharaonic nobility, the Egyptian nobility, they went to Rome, with Caesar and Cleopatra. This is what happened. So, and it's very important to know this, that we are being ruled by a foreign power already. And they were living like Indians. The Europeans, they were all tribes, the white tribes, you can see them here, living like Indians. And they got enslaved first by the Roman Empire, then they got enslaved for 1,000 years in a feudal system by the kings, and they are still slaves. So the white race have been slaves for 2,000 years now. And nobody talks about it except Homie Ross. So, hey Charlie, I'm telling the real history to your slaves, mate. And because the entire German and English nobility comes from France, This is why in England there are these famous actor brothers, Ralph and Joseph Fiennes, whose names nobody knows how to pronounce, because they are originally French nobility of the House of de Fiennes, from the French Duchy of Fiennes near Calais. So here is one of the brothers, Ralph Fiennes. So this is the way to pronounce it. It's not a fine, you know, they're not fined by the police or fines. No, it's Fiennes. It's French nobility. Normally, there comes here a de, Ralph de Fiennes. So here is Fiennes. You see, it's a duchy. It's a big chunk of land. And here's Calais. And here's the dip. It says the Strait of Dover. Dover is in England. Here you can take a boat here to Dover. And from Calais, I think this is the tunnel. This is or the other way around. And so they came with the Normans. I mean, that's quite sure. And as the Saxons, even the Saxons in England and the Anglo-Saxons, they didn't really want to take any kings, you know, because they never had. They had the ting, you know, just like the Vikings and the Nordic, you know, sort of things, people. But officially, yeah, there are Saxon kings, but not in Germany. Only in England there are Saxon kings, but they were not Saxon. They were pharaonic, and they forced themselves upon the people as kings. You know, they all came out of Egypt, and probably in 771 the Saxons were the last in Germany, not in England, because in the year 500 the Saxons in England already had a king, but in Germany not. They never had any kings. They were probably the last free peoples of Europe, the Saxons, in the year 771, which was the French kings, these pharaohs, it was a thorn in their eyes. They didn't want that, so a huge massacre started, just like the massacre on the Indians or anywhere else in the world, you know, where the kings of Europe, where they massacred the tribes. And they also massacred the Germanic tribes. And before that, they massacred the Celt tribes. And because of these pharaohs, we all suffered the same destiny. But anyway, the brothers Ralph and Joseph Fiennes, this is where they come from. De Fiennes. It means out from Fiennes. De Fiennes, it means from Fiennes or out of Fiennes. Usually the nobility names, you know, it shows a piece of land, you know. It means they are the lords of this piece of land. So Ralph and Joseph, they are the lords of this chunk of land. It says marquise, the marquis, you know, also nobility. So this is what the name means, and it's not pronounced fines. That's what the police does. Also, in the famous French 2,000-page brick, Les Rois Maudits, or The Accursed Kings, which I read in French, there is a Jean de Fiennes and his son Robert de Fiennes, who really existed, and being the ancestors of the English Fiennes actors. So this is exactly the book I read, almost 2,000 pages, Les Rois Maudits. Here you see the Templar's cross. And in English, it's by Maurice Druon. It's a very famous book. Here also, Maurice Druon. Here in English, it's called The Accursed Kings. You see, accursed kings, you know, so it's talking very bad about the vertical rule, about the kings. So you understand that the book was written by a Republican horizontal rule guy, and that's why there's the Templars cross here. And it talks about the Knights Templars, and the Templars are more the good ones here in the book, who are the victims of the accursed kings who burned the Knights Templars alive. So it's a historical novel, but it's based upon facts. But the facts have been turned around by a Republican. So the first part is called the Iron King, then the Strangled Queen, and then the Poisoned Crown. And here you see a coin because de Fienne, Robert de Fienne, ancestor of the Fienne actors, was a count, had a castle in France. And now, so that's why there's even several Fienne castles in England. They got castles everywhere. Very wealthy and powerful family. Here it says on its coin of the Count of de Fienne, it says here, de Fiennes. It's like an old French sort of, And here you see a Templar's cross because it plays in the Templar era. Here you see a dude on a horse with a lion here. And this is the lord of the castle. So, Robert de Fienne, The Accursed Kings. It's an interesting book. It's worth reading it, only to know how the three more sinners, how they twist history. So here we can see Robert de Fienne, and he was. You can also read it here in English, but there's not very much in English. See, it already stops here. But he was born in 1308, and in 1307, the Knights Templars got arrested. So this is how you have an idea. And here it says he took part in the 100 Years' War with England, but it wasn't a war against the English people, as none of the wars actually are between the peoples. Neither the Second World War, the First World War. It's all about the nobility. And because Philip the Fair, that was the king who arrested in 1307, who arrested the Knights Templars, all his sons died, and he only had one daughter, Isabel, and she married the King of England, and she became the Queen of England. So the king in this time, his daughter became the Queen of England. So the whole Fienne family, apparently, they all went to England. That's why you have to put up with those Fienne brothers on English TV and in the cinema. They all went to England. So here again you can see the coin. I can make it a bit bigger. You see here the Templars cross, and here it says Roberti. Sort of a Latin, Italian sort of way to. And here it says Sigi. It means the seal in Latin. So it says here the Templar seal, which is very interesting actually. And here you can read the rest, So I'm showing you this, So I hope you'll never say again that the Windsor families that they are German. It's all French. And before they were French, well, I told you it's Rome, and then it's Egyptian. They were French for a very, very long time before they went like everywhere. I mean, the nobility that is. It says here he was in the La Guerre de Cent Ans. Yeah, with England, it says here Angleterre. There you can see England. I can put it in English here. So this is the 100 Years' War. And this is why the Fien family, they came over to England. And now you're stuck with them, eh? If you don't know history, you don't even know why you're stuck with them, eh? Why you're stuck with a lot more. Like, the pals of Charlie. So please, never say again that the Windsors are Germans. And neither is this one English. Joseph de Fienne. That's his real name. And neither is his brother Anglo-Saxon or a Celt. His name is Ralph de Fienne. And this is probably when the veil has been taken off. It's like the pharaonic inner core. A very important question to you all is, when America conquered Japan and Germany in 1945, why isn't there any American police and American prison camps in Japan and Germany to further subdue and control America's enemy and conquered peoples of Japan and Germany? Whereas in history, conquered peoples were usually decimated after the war and the women raped in order to eliminate the enemy threat. Well, the answer is quite simple. Because the dumb slaves of Japan and Germany are not the enemy in this internal nobility's war. So, who controls the former enemies Japan and Germany? Well, the horizontal rule of Japan and Germany control their own feudal slaves, and with the help of horizontal rule, America erected the equally horizontal rule republics of Japan and Germany. Only therefore, there's no need for US police in the streets of the conquered enemies of Japan and Germany. In 1945, the dumb feudal slaves of Pharaoh's nobility just got a reset to take over the new system, work for their new masters, and take over the American way of life, which, like the horizontal red and white stripes, basically is the horizontal way of life, and obey a different set of masters who are all cousins with each other and merely entangled in a bloody internal war, merely spilling the blood of their dumb slaves, that is. Very soon we will see the very same thing happen in Iran and then Russia. And a global, one world, horizontal rule, total control system will be installed and governed out of Switzerland, the base of Pharaoh. So, apart from the wealthy and powerful elite nobility, the impoverished nobility is a reality where I see a great potential of change and resistance. So let's team up with us all, dear impoverished nobility, just as I'm doing right now with Mr. or Mrs. Noble X and Noble X's fearsome Fenris, the end times wolf dog, and the tree of life, unto which the wolf dog lifts his leg up against, like we should all lift up our leg against our masters.